Welcome to Fracturing of Chicago, Session 23, Memoriam. Tonight's session is going to be slightly different than our usual affair. Due to scheduling conflicts and real life, we've decided to be a little bit creative with how we're going to present tonight's session. So instead of our usual live session, instead what you're going to be shown tonight are a number of vignettes of events from our characters' past and how they might link to the present day. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy as we delve in to the backstories of these lovely cast of characters. The journey of escape for Tommy and Lou has been a long and arduous one. Never staying in one place for too long, constantly on the move, always on the run. It has been 1 year since their escape from Washington, D.C., escape from the vernaculum. Each city, each small town they travel, problems always seem to follow them everywhere. The friendship between Tommy and Lou fraying at the seams. We arrive at one of their stops on this never-ending escape, Cookeville, Tennessee. Both hoping this might be the final stop-off for their never-ending journey, but both also knowing deep down inside that this possibly will never be the case. The beat-up and well-worn car driven by Tommy ambles into the parking lot of a low-rent motel chain. With no words spoken between Tommy and Lou, Tommy leaves the vehicle, ambling idly along, moving to the front desk, the reception of this motel chain. Tensions had been high between Tommy and Lou as of late. Lou didn't know why Tommy was not open to give answers. The stress of constantly being on the run possibly being the reason why Tommy has been more agitated lately. After 1 year on the run and both being magnets for trouble, what's going through Lou's mind after the escape from Washington, D.C.?
Wondered how I'm going to move on from this and fit in with other Kindred, and if I ever can find a place to settle down at. Mm-hmm. And obviously I don't understand what's wrong with Tommy. He's not talking.
Yeah, the ride here from the last city that you would have gone to, probably also in Tennessee, he's just been... It's almost like there's this anger boiling inside of him, and he's not... And you can tell that something is wrong with him, but he's just not expressing what it is. And even when you try to probe him for answers, he still doesn't really express what it is. More of a grumble and a groan than anything. But you're, as I said, both hoping that this place will be the last stop. After you think for a moment on your current situation, Tommy enters back into the driver's seat, silently, keys in hand for the room of the motel. He drives and parks the car within the parking lot. And the two of you wordlessly go to the room where tensions are still clearly high. As he enters first and sits down on the bed, just looking with a annoyed expression, biting his nails, you enter behind him, close the door. Do you say anything to him, or do you just let him stew in his annoyance?
I'm gonna let him stew. I like close the curtains. I'll just do like little menial tasks like that, waiting for him to say something.
Yeah. You close the curtains. You leave him to himself to stew and to marinate over what's happening. Eventually, he sighs, grabs a remote, turns on the TV, and of course, you being in there, the TV starts to glitch out. He grunts in annoyance before turning the TV off and throwing the remote down on the ground. And he says to you, "Do you mind?"
Do you want me to step outside?
I don't know. I'm just... going from town to town, city to city. No clear goal in sight. What the... No. I think we need to talk.
I'm listening.
What's the goal?
The
Where are
goal
we
was to
going?
get away. We had no plan beyond getaway. I think this is
It's
what we're
fucking
suffering
clear.
for it now.
Why is it that every place we go, there's always trouble?
Because we have miles of baggage behind us that we're never getting rid of.
I thought it was meant to be easier once we got away from those freaks in Washington.
But it's only easier that we don't have to kill people for them and hurt people otherwise for them.
This is fucking bullshit! As he like, smacks his head against the bed rest. I'm sorry. I'm frustrated, all right?
I understand, but I don't know what to do, man.
It's the problem. You don't know what to do. We can't just keep on blindly going from city to city and hope a better result.
What else is there to do? Eventually we have to land somewhere that works out.
And his leg is bouncing up and down at this point, and he's looking very wildly around. And he says, "Sorry, I just feel so angry. I feel like we were better off where we were. I know you don't like the killing. I know you don't like what they made you do, but I felt more peace. This shit isn't peace."
At peace, I could give you a piece at the spot.
Because I didn't have to think much, you know? I was just a guy who went in, schmoozed some people, and they came in and killed. I didn't do any of the killing. It was all you guys. And now I'm getting punished because you've grown a conscience.
Well, I don't even know how to answer that, Tommy. I don't want to go back to that life. I mean, I suppose you're free to if you wish.
Yeah, but I'm still...
You're still what?
I think it's the blood.
The blood?
Yeah. It's been a year since I've had it. It's making me... I'm fucking aging, man. I didn't have gray in my hair, now I've got gray. Now, I can't think straight. I've been up for God knows how long, doing the same shit over and over, and... Look, if you want this to continue, if you want us to continue wandering around aimlessly, I need it.
I can't do that.
Why not?
Saw what that stuff made us do. Made me like those assholes.
Well, those assholes aren't here now. What's stopping you now?
But won't the addiction just go away? It's been a year.
Look, I haven't been talking about an addiction, man. I'm just talking about just something to get the edge off, you know? I can't sleep.
So it's been a year and you're still feeling this?
It's gotten worse lately.
And if you get this blood, you'll calm down. You'll be fine with the plan still. But moving until we find something?
I think so. Now, Lou. This is very obvious that him saying to take the edge off, a little bump to take the edge off, that's addict talk. It's a slippery spiral back down the thralls of addiction. giving him what he's requesting right now, it's not going to be better for him. And you know it deep down inside.
I mean, I would love to, but I just can't. It'll have to just go away on its own.
Hey, you know, before this about, before they pocked me, I had a family. I had a little girl, and they took that all away from me. I have nothing, and I've given up everything to help you, and you can't even help me.
No, I won't give you the blood.
Fuck you. He gets up, grabs the key to the motel, goes to the door. I'm going out. I need some drinks. I need some time to think away from this.
I'll just sit down in the bed and let him go.
Leaves. Slams the door behind him. At this point, Lou, you were left alone in this room. What? Tommy is clearly a mess. Not just, the blood and the addiction to the blood, the withdrawal from the blood is a symptom of this, but really who did this was the pack, and to a lesser extent, yourself. How is Lou feeling about all of this?
I can recognize it as bad, but I think so much of me is just gone that I don't feel enough of it to really care like as much as I should. I think he's just get over it. Some part of me is like, just get over it.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a part of you that just says, get over it, and then there's this quiet gnawing inside of you that says the empathy almost of the remaining glimmer of humanity within you that feels something towards this and realizes that this feeling of get over it is probably not the right approach to regain what was once lost, to rebuild that ember, that spark, but there's not a lot you can do about this right now. And so, you wait. A few nights pass. Tommy not coming back. Perhaps he has left. You're not too sure. What would Lou's immediate response be to the idea of Tommy leaving?
Well, I assume he took the car, right?
The car's still there.
Oh, I would be thinking that this would suck, but I could technically make it on my own if he didn't come back. But I don't want that. I do value his friendship as much as I can, which is I'm able to, I should say.
Yeah. That companionship, that tether to humanity, that if you were to leave Tommy behind, whatever ember, whatever spark was remaining in there would be liable to be snuffed out. Perhaps out of selfishness, but also out of the need for human connection. You decide to stay and wait it out a few nights to see if he does come back. After a few nights, you wake up expecting to not see Tommy there. Instead, you see him. The walls are covered in various maps of the United States. He has been drawing lines around them. He looks to be a bit of a mess right now. The reference point would be Charlie in Always Sunny in Philadelphia with the board behind him. If you understand the reference.
Just the memes.
Yeah.
I know the meme, I guess.
Yeah. So you emerge from the bathroom where you sleep because it's the one that has the least amount of sun coming into it, and you see him and he's like, Lou, oh thank God. Look, I'm sorry about the other night. I lost my cool. I shouldn't have done that.
That's all right. What are you working on here?
I think we need to figure this shit out. So I have drawn a lot. So we're currently here, Cookville. I think if we can move down the country down here, Santa Monica's good this time of year. I think. Oh my God! And the sun. Oh wait, you wouldn't be able to see the sun. And he's just run on sequencing, just like going off and off and off. Give me an insight plus wits, please.
Insight wits.
Yeah. 5. All right, this is fairly easy to figure out. He is very manic right now. And his eyes are dilated. Something's going on with him right now that's not his usual. He's not acting his usual self. Even when he was in a good mood before, he was never this hyperactive.
Tell me, I can see in your eyes. Did you find some other kind of fix other than what you needed?
What? No. What? Wait. I'm trying to figure this out for us. I'm trying to
don't be
plan.
Defensive. I'm not judging you. I'm just wondering what I'm dealing with here.
Look, I didn't take any drugs. All right. Look, we just need to focus, figure this out, and visualize. Where would you like to be, Lou? How about we aim towards that? Where would you like to go?
Where I like to go? I don't care the specific place. I just need to go.
Come on, there's got to be somewhere. Got to be somewhere that you can go. I mean, as I said, Santa Monica, California. I would love to visit there. I've been looking at this the whole wrong way. Us running away. How about we look at this as a road trip, experience everything that we need to experience. And he, once again, run on sentences, just going off on a tangent.
Just stop him. Okay, so Santa Monica, that's where you want to be. Let's just make it where you want to be then. It's all the same to me.
But don't you want anything?
No. I assumed I'd be dead by now. There's nothing to want.
Well, then why do you keep on going?
I just have the instinct to just keep going, I guess. There's nothing more to it than that.
All right, well, that's fine. That's cool. Cool. We'll go to Santa Monica, meet up with some people, see how it is there. Because, I mean, I have made a few friends here, but maybe they can come with us too.
Absolutely not. It's just us, you and me.
Why?
Why
can't we have other
else.
people? Why?
Since people ask questions, where we're from.
Well,
where we've been,
no. They're just like me.
Well, then they're going to learn about me if they're with me.
Yeah, but I mean, look, they're just like no. They're just like me, Used and
addicts.
The fuck? I'm not a fucking addict.
It's not a bad word. You just have a problem.
No, I don't. No, my problem right now is you coming in and harshing you coming in with this negative energy. I'm trying to solve this. I'm trying to fix everything.
By calling it a road trip instead of a flight.
Well, why can't I... Look, as I said, they're like me. They had people like you use them and leave them behind discarded. They're like me.
I can't do anything for them.
Don't have to do anything.
I don't understand what you're on about, Tommy. They're just gonna have to get over it on their own.
Don't you have a fucking heart, Lou?
No. It's been taken from me.
Look. How about maybe it's best for us to just, I found my people. You can just go off and do your own thing.
I can't stop you. You're free to do what you want.
How about you just stay here if you don't care where you are?
Well, no, I have to keep moving.
Well, do whatever the fuck you want. And he just kind of sullenly starts to walk away.
Just walk up and shut the door, I guess.
What are you doing, Lou?
Are we going to California or not?
I need to talk to my friends and rethink some things, okay? Starts biting his nails again.
I don't think it's a good idea. I think you've talked enough. We probably have to get moving soon.
What do you mean talked enough?
But you're speaking to these people, aren't you?
Yeah.
Or probably loudly in public places.
I just told them that... Look. You told me Okay. On one hand, you say I'm free to do what I want. And on the other, you're holding a door in front of me. Move out of the way, Lou.
No. I think we need to go. I think we're in danger.
Why do you think we're in danger? What's dangerous right now about this?
Everything. You can't be in public talking.
I didn't say shit. I didn't say shit about you. I didn't say... As far as they're aware, I was just abandoned as well. All right?
Okay, then they don't need to do anything more than that to keep them safe. You're forgetting their safety as well.
Let me go.
Well, why don't we just leave now?
Can I at least say goodbye to them?
No. If they're abandoned, they're used to it.
Tommy will be taken aback by that for a moment. And he'll just sit down, saying, all right, go on, just start packing up, okay?
Okay. Then I'll just start packing up.
Okay. The packing up process is very quiet, there's no words spoken between the two of you. It's very... I guess tense is the right word for it. As you start to load the car, Tommy jumps in the driver's seat, starts up the vehicle, and he turns to you and he's like, "Oh, shit! I left my phone in there. Do you want to grab it? It's just in the bedside table.
You can grab it. I'll wait.
Fine, I'll grab it." Undoes his seatbelt, gets out, walks to the motel room. And are you just sitting in the car, or what are you doing?
I was worried he was going to drive off, so I refused to get out. I'm just going to wait.
Okay, give me a wits awareness, please. Want to re-roll any of that? Oh, by the way, you've reset. You'll have full willpower, full 1 dot of hunger, full health.
Okay. Yeah, I can re-roll that. What is it? 3 dice or 2?
2.
Two. Yeah,
Four. You wait for a while. About 5-7 minutes pass. Hasn't left the motel room.
Just sigh. I'll take the key out of the ignition and I'll go into the hotel room with him.
You go into the hotel room. A breeze is coming in from somewhere in the hotel room. Following the breeze, you go to the bathroom where you see that the bathroom window has been opened. And he's obviously jumped out of it.
I'll try to... I don't know if I can really track him. Just look around, I guess, see what way he went, if I can.
So, give me an investigation plus intelligence, please.
Oh, I can rouse first.
Two.
Oof.
Did you want to willpower 2 of those or 3 of those?
Yeah, I'll do that.
With a 4, that's enough to sort of, as you're kind of scoping around the exit, there's no clear, but other than having him, other than the fact that he would have had to scale the wall that's directly in front of this window, you don't, this fence, sorry, this like a sort of concrete fence, you don't know, you can't really tell where he's gone, but as you have a look around the apartment while you're investigating, you can see that there is a matchbook for a bar named Lucky Number 8.
I'll take it and look at the address and I'll go there.
Okay. So, you drive off to this address within the city, where so Lucky Number 8. It's a bar. It's a dive bar of some sort, where it's got a very wood rustic feel to it. Outside there is a faded neon sign with an 8, a black 8 ball for pool, and there's some people playing pool here. There's a bunch of people inside, all look to be locals. You don't see Tommy anywhere in sight, however, but what would your approach be in trying to figure out where Tommy might have gone or who he may have talked to?
Well, he was talking to people that had issues. If I look around, do I see like anyone like overly run down?
Wit awareness, please. Okay, 3. In the corner, you see an emaciated-looking woman who's just staring down at her beer, wearing a denim jacket of some type, bags under her eyes, very emaciated. She's almost like a skeleton, but yeah, she's just sitting there, just looking down at the drink.
Oh, I'll go sit across from her and see if she reacts.
She startles, as you do, and she just says, sorry, can I help you?
I'm looking for someone. Would you mind helping me?
Well, we're all looking for someone, aren't we? Who are you looking for?
Well, I'm not sure if he gave you his name, but he goes by Tommy.
Okay, I know plenty of Tommies. Is Tommy down the farm, Tommy at the butcher shop?
Oh, he would be new in town.
Oh, new in town. Okay. Kind of looks at you. What humanity are you at again?
Yeah, I'm at 5.
Cool. I'm going to say you might be 4 at this instance.
4? Okay.
Just because at some point during your journeys in the last 5 years, you may have regained a humanity through your actions. Just gonna roll some dice here. Let's see if she is aware of something. You're looking mighty pale, sir. Is everything okay?
No, it's not.
Well, perhaps you can have a beer. Tell your troubles. My name's Dorothy.
Well, hello, Dorothy. My name's Lou, and no, I don't drink beer. That's not my troubles.
Well, what do you drink?
Just water then.
Just water. Oh, okay. Well, she gets up, moves to the bar. You see her talking to the bartender, pointing you out. And then she eventually comes back and she sits down and says, one water on its way. So you're looking for a friend who's new in town. You don't seem like a local yourself.
No, we were just passing through.
Don't get many visitors around here.
Can't imagine why.
Oh, it's a nice little cozy neighborhood, but people tend to just drive by and leave it at that. I haven't met your friend, unfortunately, but I'm sure I could talk with some others to see who might have met this Tommy. Do you have a description of what he looks like? A photo?
No. What did you say before? He was like kind of tall and lanky. He's quite
tall,
graying his hair lately.
Yeah. He's got some stubble at this point. Very lanky, very tall, long hair. I'll keep that in mind. Is your friend in any danger?
I wouldn't say danger. He just, he's got some problems that we need to make sure don't get out of hand.
Well, I mean, we all have problems that we all running away from. You seem like you're running away from some problems yourself. The water arrives, put in front of you.
I did just grab it with my hands, not do anything with
it. Yeah. So what is it? How do you lose a friend?
Well, Dorothy, we got into a bit of an argument.
Oh. Those are never nice when you have fights with your friends.
No.
A lot of things that aren't meant to be said are said.
Well, they needed to be said, I guess. Just don't want to hear it.
Well, if it means anything, I'm sure he's just as worried and anxious as you are.
Well, I'd like to think that.
Is there anything else I can do to assist you?
No, I just need to find Tommy.
I'll ask around. Do you have a phone number or something I can get in touch with you with if I do find him?
No, but I'll give you my hotel room number.
That'll be... Thank you very much. You might want to consider seeing the sheriff. Sheriff of this town. He's... Or even just going to the police station, to be honest.
Oh, I don't want to make it official like that. I don't think it's that serious.
Yeah, well, Cyrus is a good guy.
I'll keep it in mind if I have to.
Right, well, enjoy your night, sir. Hopefully you'll find your friend.
Me too. I guess I just awkward handshake.
Stand up, leave. Well, actually, as she shakes your hand, very cold, very chilly.
Yeah, I have that problem.
Bad
circulation. Cold hands. Yeah, I guess that's what you call it.
You have a good one, Lou. You stand up.
You too.
Leave. As you go to walk away, you haven't drunken any of your water. Do you want to grab your water?
No, I just keep walking. I respond.
So do you walk out of this place?
Well, I think this one for a word is just gonna help. I don't know. I guess I'll go wait in the car.
Okay. So you leave this place, walking towards the vehicle. No idea whether or not you'll be able to find Tommy. There seems to be a dead end. You're not sure where things might lead and might end up. Give me a wits awareness, please. I'm getting you to roll a bunch. A lot more than the other ones.
4.
You notice it. People are following you from the bar, taking alleyways, moving down the street trying to seem inconspicuous, but when you turn your head, they duck behind alleyways.
I'm just gonna peel out of there and go back to the hotel room.
Okay. So, well, you're still making your way to the car at the moment.
Okay. That's what I attempt to do then.
Yeah, as you make your way to the parking lot where you've parked your car, you hear the rattling of chains behind you. As you turn around and you see 3 men, all dressed in the same denim jacket attire, some of them having chains, very burly men, one of them looking to be the bartender. I hear you are looking for someone.
Yeah, are you going to help me or are you going to attack me? What's all this about?
Oh, I think we've seen your kind before.
What kind is that?
The kind that leeches off others and leaves them dry.
That could explain a lot of things.
They start to circle around you. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Your choice. Come with us willingly or we'll act rough.
What exactly is your problem?
You have something coursing through you that we want.
So you are like him then.
And they all just start laughing as they circle around you. What is your reaction? They look like they're about to attack. They're ready to attack.
I'll put out my fangs, I'll bite my wrist, and I'll put it on the ground.
You'll
to the ground.
Yeah. Give me a rouse check.
Yeah. So is that what you want?
One of them leaps, drops their they had like a pull cue, that's what it's called, right? A cue, like the pull stick, the stick
Yeah,
they drop it to the ground and it clangs on the asphalt as they like just rush and just like suck at the at the drop of blood that's there. The guy who's got the chains, who's clearly the leader, says, "Get yourself together!" And then they just rush to start attacking you. Except for the guy, obviously, who's just sucking at asphalt right now. Okay, so we're in combat. What's your action as they charge towards you? There is 2 of them charging towards you. The third is on his hands and knees on the ground before you.
Well, my immediate action would be try to dodge out of the way of the 2 coming at me.
Okay, so because there are 2 attacking you, you have to split your pull in half, or like split your pull however you want to. So whatever your athletics plus dexterity pull will be, you'll have to split it between the 2 of them. So you decide how many dice you want to take off one or like having the other. Does that make sense?
Yes, I have 5. I'll take 2 off one, I guess, and 3 off the other. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. So yeah, I'll roll for their attacks. Okay,
so athletics, dodge. So to do that, I take -2, right?
Yeah, -2 off one, and then it would be -3 off the other. I think that's.
Okay, so this one would be -3. Oops, negative. Yeah, it's not too good too. This one is -2.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay, so you try to dodge out of the way. One of them manages to smack their pole stick over your back, snapping it in half, and you take 1 point of superficial damage. The other one, the leader with the chain, whips you with the chain as you sort of accidentally dodge into that, and you take 1 point of superficial damage for that as well.
All right.
All right. What's your reaction at this point? The guy that's on the ground is still on his hands and knees, but I think he'll be finished up by this turn. So there'll be 2 guys coming to attack you. The other third guy will be in the midst of getting up to join the melee.
Well, I've had enough at this point, and I put on prowess. No, for hunger. So
You're a hungry boy.
I don't think I get that 15 mana after all. So. But the guy's getting up. I want to stop him from getting up, so I immediately attack him.
Okay. Cool. So you
brawl, I guess.
You give me a strength plus brawl. The other 2 are going to attack you. Four, okay. Cool. And you've got lethal body, right?
Yep.
Okay. So this is what happens. Give me another athletics plus dexterity, please, to try to dodge out of the way of these two. Once again, same rules apply. You'll have to split your pool up. Remember, you can always rouse the blood to get extra dice.
Yeah, I better rouse, although I might hit 5 hunger if I do.
Oh, that's fine.
Alright. Oh my
good.
word. Okay, so that gives me 7 dice. So it'd be 4 and 3. Okay, this is -3.
Oh, wait. Hang on, so if it's 7...
Yeah.
No, because that won't account for the fact that you had... So 7 in total, so if you were to... So you're going to -3, so that should have been 4, so that should have only been a -1.
Oh. It's a little better.
It's a little better. And then the second one would be minus, so your total is 5, would have been -2.
Oh, I see. I added them all by accident. Okay, I get it.
Okay. So, what happens is you rush forward, kick this guy who's getting up, kick him right in the face as you actually feel from your boot the cartilage in his nose crunch back as he falls back, gurgling in his own blood. Incapacitated pretty much. His nose is just fully pushed back into his head and probably gonna die if he doesn't get medical attention right now. While that is happening, one of the guys is going to try to use their pull stick to shove it through your back as a stake. They get through your jacket to pierce flesh, but that's as far as they get. So you take 1 superficial damage. The other one uses their chain and whacks you in the face. So you've currently got a pull stick sticking out of your back, but it hasn't pierced your heart. But you take 1 superficial damage for that.
All right.
So this third guy is out, but there is blood being gurgled out. You are at hunger 4, so hunger frenzy check difficulty 2. Ooh, just made it. You feel the beast writhe inside of you, wanting to rip into this guy that's squeezing out fresh blood, but you restrain yourself. What is the next action as these two are coming at you? The guy who had the pull stick no longer has control of that because it's stuck out of your back right now, but the other guy with the chain definitely still has the chain.
Well, the guy's unarmed. I'm gonna swing at the unarmed guy now.
Okay. Give me a strength plus brawl, please. Plus whatever bonuses you might be getting.
Did I have bonuses?
I can't remember if potent stuff gives you bonuses. I don't.
No, it just modifies how hard it hits when it hits.
Yep. Okay. Oh, these guys are about to fuck. Okay, so the guy who you go to hit produces a knife. They slice into your forearm, dealing 1 superficial damage, but they're distracted by the fact that there's blood. There is fresh vampire blood that is showing, where the point of that you can actually just punch them straight in the face and just knock them out. The other guy tries to swing at you with his chain, but his chain just kind of tangles itself in his hand and just flies off, heading into your car. But it flies out of his hand, and he's now also unarmed. The guy, the guy that you punched that was unarmed before, he's knocked out. His nose is broken, also bleeding. Just one guy left as he looks at you with this hungry look in his eyes. Same kind of look that, well, an addict would give you. And you're the source of the addiction. So
I'm gonna turn the tables on. I'm gonna feed off of him if I can.
Yeah, give me a strength plus brawl, please.
You know, and I'm rousing. I don't care if I frenzy. Oh, I had 5 hunger. Oops, 2.
Oh, all right. So you go to he tries to defend, to block, but you're able just to throw him down, grab him by the head, and bite into him quite hard, drinking back drinking back. And I need you to give me a hunger frenzy check, difficulty 3. But the messy part of this is that the beast is going to come out, giving you a -2 on this.
Is hunger a different one? Is it just frenzy?
It's just frenzy, yeah. So
okay.
It's difficulty 3, -2.
Okay.
Very well. You drink back and taste the blood, taste the fear that courses through his veins. And as you're tasting it, you can also taste that it's not just human blood here. It seems to be mixed in with some kind of old kindred blood that they've gotten from somewhere that's gotten into their system. But you're able to drink, and unless you spend a willpower to control yourself, you will drain this guy.
No, I want him dead.
Yeah, cool.
Put me through all this. He's done.
He's a drained husk, and he goes limp in your arms. With that all done, and 3 bodies around you, what do you do next?
Just like, the fuck? This shit wasn't supposed to happen anymore. I'm not cleaning up the scene. I'm just running to the hotel.
Are you gonna investigate any part? Like, you gonna search these people at all, or?
I guess I would very quickly go into the leader's pocket, the guy with the chain. I assume he's the leader. Anyways.
Yeah. You go through his pockets, you find a phone, you find which you obviously can't use, but you do find a folded map in his pocket. And you look at the map and you can see that there's a circle for just outside of the city, and it's got hideout written on it.
Is it like early in the night still, or
Still early in the night, yeah.
well, I guess I just need to grab Tommy then. That's our assumption. That's where he's at.
Okay.
Guess I'm off to the hideout. I already got to heal and stuff. I'm pretty fucked if I get into another fight.
All right. Do you want to? Yeah. So you got 0 hunger now, by the way.
Okay.
Can
I even put 0 hunger on there?
Yeah, you can. It's like there's like a little X next to hunger.
Oh, the axe. Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
So, rouse check for superficial damage. I want to heal.
Okay. Good, that's all I have. I need 4. That's 1. 2. 3. Oh man, since stop gaining hunger. Alright, I'm gonna leave it there. I'm at 3 hunger. That's good.
Okay. So you drive off to the outskirts of the city, where this circle hideout is, and as you drive close to there, you can see that it is an abandoned sawmill. There are lights on inside one of the warehouses, and there's a number of cars parked outside as well.
I don't see anybody from where I'm at.
No, you don't see anybody from where you're at, but you do see that one of the warehouses does have lights on inside, so you can have a look inside if you wish. If you wish to try to...
Yeah, I want to like quietly peek through the window if I can.
Yeah. So you... the window is covered in dirt and soot, so you just kind of wipe it a little bit just to have a look through. You're looking through, you can see a number of people moving from within the floor. Moving downstairs, carrying boxes, but there's a number of people all wearing the same type of denim jacket as they're making their way down. This is the first time you would have actually noticed the insignia on the back of these jackets. It's a red blood drop.
Are they all downstairs now? That's where they moved?
Yeah, they're all heading downstairs. Yeah, there's like this set of stairs that lead down to a basement type area from the looks of it.
Well, I guess I'll just try to quietly follow behind them.
Yeah, give me a stealth plus dexterity. Or intelligence, whichever one you decide. Or composure. Actually, composure or dexterity.
Okay, going dex.
So, you manage to find one of the doors is already open here, so you sneak through there, walking through this the sawmilling warehouse. There's sawdust everywhere, like that has gone, I guess, it has got mold grown on it. But you make your way through very slowly and move towards the staircase that leads down, and you can see that it's a wooden staircase. You make your way down. It creaks ever so slightly, but you're just aware enough to make it kind of match with the natural creaking of this building as the wind howls. But you make your way down, and there is a hallway with a number of doors on either side of the hallway, leading to a set of double doors up ahead that has a bright light shining through the cracks of the door. As you make your way through, did you want to check out any of the rooms on the left and right side? There are windows, like little small peep windows, attached to those rooms if you wanted to check those out.
Yeah, my objective here is just like quickly find it as quickly as possible. So yeah, I would take a peek in just to hope to get lucky.
Okay. Wipe the soot off the little peep windows, and you can see a husk of a figure connected to what looks to be a machine that is draining it of whatever little blood it has left. The figure, the husk, it's almost like a skeleton, and its fangs are extended, and it looks over. You think it's dead for a moment, but it looks over at you very weakly, and you can see that it mouths through its very shriveled lips, "Help me!" These people are obviously draining Kindred here.
Yeah. So I would enter the room very cautiously. Like, I don't care about this Kindred, but I do need a distraction. So I would. Is there like some way I could just unplug the machine? Do I see anything like that?
Yeah, you do. You see a machine. You see a way to unplug the machine. You can unhook it from its body. You do so. As you do, the machine stops pumping what little blood was left in this husk of a creature, and it just moves its fingers. Each move, there's like a crack of the bones, and he just says, "That's the hungry."
That's the problem with their hunger. Is there like a light in the room?
Yeah, there's like a little dangling light that you can grab. And
yeah, I want to turn that off and put my Eyes of the Oblivion on.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm just gonna yell out, "Hey, the machine's unplugged!" And I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait in the corner.
Yeah. You hear eventually somebody grumbling down like, "Huh? Who's that? What machine? Which one's unplugged?"
I like hit the wall a couple times.
They move in. As they do, the figure pounces on the person. Do you leave at this point, or do you do you leave to look for Tommy at this point, or do you just stay?
My
and wait
only
for
concern
this?
is Tommy. This whole place can burn down for all I care.
So what you do is you leave and you go and look for Tommy as this guy is being drunk by this husk of a creature. Walking down the hallway, you can hear a voice reverberating through that just says, "And through the blood we have found salvation, my brothers and sisters. For they have spurned us, but we have turned their own gifts into our malaise. And tonight we welcome another brother of the night, another brother for the children of blood." Do you open the double doors?
Do I what?
Do you open the double doors where you're hearing this booming voice coming from?
I guess I would try to do it quietly as I could. I don't want to be seen, basically.
You peek. I'm going to use your same stealth roll there, so that's fine. You peek through, and you can see that a guy with long, dark hair is standing on the stage. Tommy is sitting on a chair, and the guy next to him is a person with a tattoo gun, and "We shall mark our new brother of the night, for he is joining us as he too has been spurned by his master." So Tommy is there. There is a crowd of about 12 or so people standing in front of this podium that this guy is standing at. What's the approach? What are you doing?
Oh, man, I don't want to get into a fight with all these people, but I don't want Tommy stuck here either. So there are light bulbs in the ceiling, or?
There are, yeah. Just dangling lights in the ceiling. Look to be very flimsily put together.
I want to summon my shadow armor and just bust all the lights.
Cool. Give me a rouse check, please.
Oh boy, it's not going well. Oh, there we go.
Take a little while to summon the shadows, and you have it snake through the crack in the door, sticking to the shadows as it makes its way to the light. Give me a Wits plus Oblivion, please. I believe that's the roll. 2. Want to re-roll any of that? You can re-roll 3.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. 3. There, you were able to use the it's very hard because obviously the shadows aren't around light, but there are certain what you do notice is that there is a wire that's connecting all of this to some power supply, and you're able to deftly put your shadow around it and pull, and the lights go out. Suddenly, you hear someone behind you yell, "Oh, fuck! One of them is out!" As you hear a commotion behind you here in this darkness, the people in front of you start running away, and the guy at the front, "Do not be worried, brothers and sisters. We have captured them before. We shall capture them again. For the light is in the blood, and we are..." And he's just going on and on and on. This will give you an opportunity to maybe sneak in while they're not noticing, and is your aim to go and try to grab Tommy?
Yeah, if I'm able to get in there, just grab him, yank him out with me.
Okay, give me a stealth plus composure, please, to try to get through there deftly without bumping into somebody, because it is dark here at the moment. Nobody can see anything except for yourself. Give me a do you want a willpower?
I think I have any willpower left. No, I'll just take the fail.
Okay. So you try to sneak through when your foot goes through a wooden floorboard straight to the through the floorboard. They know that they can't see you, but they notice that they know that somebody or something else is here. Just give me a stamina plus athletics, please, if you're going to just try to not worry about any combat at all at this point.
Oh man, it's like I better get worried about it.
Okay, all right. What that's going to do is just pretty much means that a few of them are going to get some swipes in at you. So you take 2 superficial damage as some of them manage to swipe at you as you go past, but you make it to Tommy. Tommy, when you're at the chair where Tommy is sitting on the podium, he's looking around very confused, like, what? Cyrus, what do you mean by they've escaped? Who's escaped? And then the guy, Cyrus, who's standing next to, "Do not worry, brother. It will be fine. Everything will be clear as soon as we've completed the initiation." But you've arrived at the podium at this point. Tommy looking very confused. What do? Nobody knows where you are at this point. They're just kind of blindly trying to swipe at things right now.
So how far is Cyrus from me?
At this point, Cyrus will actually walk off the podium, and he'll be like, "Where are the torches? We need the torches!" And he's walked off the podium, so it's just you and Tommy on top of the podium right now.
I guess I'll just try whispering to him. Tommy, it's Lou.
Lou, what the fuck? Was this you?
This was me and someone else. They have Kindred hooked up to machines here.
No, what? The fuck are you talking about, Lou?
I freed him. He was having the blood sucked out of him with some kind of machine.
What? Shit, we need to get the fuck out of here.
But that was the plan. You ready to go?
Yeah. And so you start leading Tommy out of there fairly easily. And as you do, a blur passes by you and starts attacking the people in the main auditorium area. They start screaming and howling. You don't even bother to look back, but you know that whatever this thing is that you've unleashed is ripping and tearing into them. So you and Tommy just run out of here until you get to the vehicle, and Tommy starts the car, drives off. After a few moments of him driving, he eventually stops as he reaches a little bit outside the town, and he's shaking. He just says, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
It's all right. We're done. We're leaving town.
Yeah. So, hello. Yeah. They really had Kindred in there, being drained of their blood.
I saw one. Yeah. I don't have any more they had.
Oh fuck.
You didn't get any?
No. They gave me some when I first met them, but oh shit, I'm so sorry. I'm so mad, and when I left I told them about you, and I feel
so that's how they knew. I see. They attacked me outside the bar when I went looking for you.
Fuck. I'm so sorry, man.
Not as sorry as they are. They're all dead.
I have a problem.
I know. I don't know how to fix it. If it didn't go away after a year, what the hell are we supposed to do about this?
Whatever I say, whatever I do, don't ever give me the blood.
I wasn't going to.
No matter how much I beg, no matter how much I try, we'll make it through this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
Stop apologizing. We're both fucked up. Let's just be honest.
Yeah. Takes a beat as he looks out on the open road. Turns to you and he says, "It's going to be a long time for us to get to Santa Monica. Better start going, eh?"
Yeah, let's go.
The car drives off down the highway, the night sky still illuminating above as the camera fades. The camera fades back, however, within the warehouse, within the area that is there. And we see carnage, gore, violence. These people have been torn apart, torn in shreds, as a feminine figure lifts their head up, their husk of a body returned, their brown hair flipping back. There's a gurgle in the mass of bodies. Moves the bodies aside. And this woman looks down, blood still dripping from her chin, at Cyrus, who's lying there with his throat ripped out. And he just gurgles out, "It fucking had to be you, didn't it?" The lady smiles, puts her foot down on his chest, and says, "You were a great disappointment, Cyrus. But thankfully to our friend, I am back to my former self. But a good mother doesn't abandon her children. Even if you are a disappointment. A great, grim disappointment you are. but I have friends that can remold you into your proper form. And you just hear Cyrus gurgle back, "Fuck you, Riley." And that is where we fade to black. The camera opens on Chicago, 1943. The city recovering after years of gang violence and the rise of various mafia families. The prohibition has come and gone, but the scars of the era long remained. The shadow of the Great Depression still looming heavily. We pick up in Lower West Side Chicago as a car filled with drunk passengers makes its way down the street of the late night. Inside the vehicle, is a prominent figure of the Chicago outfit, Lawrence Magnano, with two women either side of him in the back seat. Driving is his bodyguard, Big Mike Pantillo. As the vehicle rounds down the street, taking turns and corners, that is where the camera picks up another vehicle coming into view, a black sedan that is following Magnano's posse. Adjusting the rearview mirror, Big Mike sees this vehicle that is tailing them and says, "Boss, we got some mook tailing us." Magnano's demeanor sours immediately. His face contorts to a suddenly serious countenance. Pull over and see what this putana wants. You have your piece?" Big Mike pats his breast pocket and nods at the boss. The car pulls over on the intersection of Blue Island Avenue and Taylor Street. Big Mike gets out of the driver's seat, hand planted on the gun holstered beneath his coat. The black sedan pulls up behind Magnano's car. A few tense moments pass as Big Mike eyes the vehicle and the driver down. The passenger door to the sedan squeaks open as the good doctor comes into view. The doctor had been trailing and keeping tabs on Magnano as the rumor for the fabled Lamp of Constantine had found its way into his family's possession during World War I, bringing the doctor to Chicago for this time. "What's the big deal?" Mike barks, hand still firmly planted on the pistol. What does the good doctor do?
Oh. Is he pointing a gun at me?
No, he's got it's like the gun. He's got his hand beneath the coat, where the gun is, and you can clearly tell that there will be a gun there, but he hasn't drawn it. He's just at the ready in case things get messy.
The good doctor will say, "Hello? What is the issue?"
"You and your driver have been trailing us for the past 3 blocks. Do you know who's in this car?"
Trailing? And the good doctor will look towards his driver and be like, What do you mean? Are you following these people?"
The driver looks at you. The driver is a man that you had made acquaintance with a number of years ago that had traveled to Chicago with you and has been a loyal companion. So he knows that you are trying to pull a ruse right now. And he says, no, doctor. I just trying to get used to Chicago."
And he'll look back to the man and he'll say, "I'm sorry, my friend. I am a doctor. I am just trying to find my way back to my clinic. Back to my patients."
"What kind of doctor loses their clinic?" At this point, the back window will wind down and you hear the voice of Magnano in the back yell out, very drunk, What's the matter, Mike? Is he a problem? Shoot him! Shoot him if he's a problem! Mike just kind of puts his hand up and tries to wave the boss down, and he says, "Oh, goddamn, do I have to do everything for you?" And Magnano kind of tumbles out of the back of the car. The boss, boss, and Magnano puts his hand up like, "Don't you touch me. Don't you you get back in the car right now and I'll deal with this." And you see the rotund 40-so-year-old man look at you with drunk eyes, and he's like, "You're some kind of wise guy, huh?"
So this is Magnano.
Yeah, this is Magnano. Yeah, the driver, his bodyguard, sighs and goes back in the car while sort of keeping a head out of the vehicle.
I'm sorry, sir. Are you okay?
Yeah. You try. What does it want? You want money? You want money? I got plenty of fucking money. He grabs his wallet and he starts throwing dollar bills out on the street, and he just says, "Yeah, there's your fucking money. Now leave us alone. I gotta entertain my lovely ladies tonight."
How close is he to me?
He's quite. He gets closer to you as he's talking. He's thrown the money down like right at your feet, and he starts closing the gap.
If he gets close enough to like distance from me to my monitor, I'm going to bite on him.
Sorry, your monitor?
Yeah, so like a feet, 2 feet.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And he hasn't quite reached that distance yet. He pauses, like just before, and he says, "What do you want, huh?" His breath reeks of alcohol.
Sir, are you intoxicated? I'm just...
Don't tell me how I can hold my liquor. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I could make your life a living hell. Put you down to the bottom of Lake Michigan. Just one phone call,
name?
that's all it would take.
Do I know his name?
I mean, you know his name.
Like his full name?
Lawrence Magnano.
You are Lawrence Magnano?
Yeah, so why the fuck you being a wise guy, huh?
I'm not being wise, but I have something to tell you.
What?
And I'll sort of lean closer to him.
He's swaying back and forth. The guy in the front driver's seat is looking at this whole exchange, by the way, and he sort of leans out more as you get closer, but doesn't exit the vehicle.
I'm going to attempt to whisper in his ear. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to attempt to get that close.
Yeah, that's fine. You can get quite close.
And Julie would be like, I know you have it. I need to know where it is. The lamp.
Money, it's down there. All right,
The lamp. He'll get more stern as he says that.
His countenance changes when you mention that. And he says, "Old fucking lamp antique? The one..."
Your family has it. You are going to give it to me?
Had it.
Where is it?
Sold to some dealer back in Paris. Some big Paris art dealer. I fucking know. Look, why are you coming to me for art? You know, why are you tailing me for some fucking old lamp? And as he's like in the middle of a tirade, what's awareness, please? Two. By the way, you have full willpower back. As for your disciplines, the general rule is you only have half of your discipline pools normally. So.
Yep. I am gonna willpower reroll that.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Okay. 3. That's enough to hear that as he's yelling and spitting at you, you hear the screech of tires behind you. Turning your head, you see a vehicle speed down the street towards the two of you. As it gets close to both of you, suddenly gunfire starts erupting. As both vehicles, at both your vehicle and his vehicle. The Magnano, you see, his head is just blown completely open in front of you by an errant shotgun shell. But you are being caught in the crossfire at the moment, so what would you like to do?
I'm gonna get back in the car. Tell my driver to drive.
That's when you notice the
Driver's dead.
is dead.
Fuck.
So you
fine.
duck down for any form of cover. That's kind of what you do, because the gunshots are coming from within the vehicle that has gone parallel to both of you. So you duck down, dodging. Well, give me a dexterity athletics so that see if you get hit or not.
I probably will. Let's be honest.
2. Yeah, you take 1 superficial damage as one bullet grazes over your shoulder, but you look up at your vehicle, and that's when you see that the driver is his brains are splattered all over the side window, cutting off your escape. With your previous awareness of 3,
Sure.
I'm going to tell you something that you notice that's odd. There's the smell of gunpowder, obviously. But there's also the smell of garlic in these bullets, and you can smell it from your wound as well.
Okay. Job. I don't have that mythic bane.
But the people inside the vehicle are going to come out at this point. There's about 4 of them. They seem to be more focused on you than any of the others, but one of them in particular is gonna try to come after you.
I am going to, so in the process of getting into the car and getting shot, I'm going to crawl through the car and get out the opposite side, which I presume is the side that has the cover on it. So they're on the other side.
Yep. So you're
so I'm going to do that. I'm going to crawl out the other side.
Yep, you're able to do so. You hear somebody as you do, one of them, the people come up to the vehicle that you've just exited out of and you've closed the door of. He's like, "Hey, I think he's going over the other side. Come on, let's flank him."
Okay. Half rounded down, half rounded up.
Half?
Disciplines. Half rounded down or half rounded up?
I'm gonna be nice and say rounded up.
Okay. I will attempt to go around the back end of the car, making my way towards whoever I see first in the way, and using fleetness just for that extra sort of boost.
Okay. So you make your way around the back of the vehicle, trying to circumvent, and that's when you see that one person has come around this corner. In a few seconds time, it's possible if you were to use your fleetness, you just run straight into him in the amount of time that it will take. It's like it's a split second of him walking. He's going to come around the corner of the vehicle, so you'll have to take this guy out if you're wanting to get past him.
Yep.
All right, how do you plan on doing that?
I am going to fleetness and then just, I guess, tackle him. I don't know, just fucking run straight at him, maybe bite into him if I can.
You do have your knife on you, so you could try to do like a sort of swiping motion as you run past him to maybe go after his throat. That might be quick.
Does he visibly have a weapon out?
Yes, he has a shotgun out. And as his eyes
Is he holding it with 2 hands or 1 hand?
2 hands.
Okay, I'm gonna slice at the hand that's on the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
With the knife, because that's a better idea than tackling, I would say.
Okay. So you're gonna fleetness towards him, and then slice at the the trigger finger?
Just for the sake of it.
Yep.
Yep. So melee, strength. +1. 5. His hand is gone.
Okay. I'm going to say what happens with this Messi is that you slice into his finger, and the whole thing is like a quick motion as he goes to raise his hand in like pain, but the whatever's left of his finger pulls down on the trigger and shoots him. He basically like goes, oh god, shoots himself in the head, brain splattering everywhere. You've achieved what you wanted to do. Exit is clear. You can run.
How big is this street? Can I run without being chased?
There's like alleyways that you can take. Yeah, you can basically try to lose them. So to try to lose them will be a streetwise plus wits.
Yeah, okay. Come on, not higher than a 3.
Ties go to the player. So,
yeah!
you manage to duck between different alleyways, different vantage points, even doing a little bit of parkour, like, you know, before it was even invented, like jumping between different multiple vantage points, jumping to other buildings. But as you do, what you notice is that whole scene, people in the neighborhood nearby have started to look out to see what the fuck was going on. This is something that's not going to be clean, let's say, but not your problem. So, you eventually find your way across a few alleys and you're pretty sure you've lost them. Taking a moment to sort of check yourself. What's going through the good doctor's mind? Is
I actually will be at this point, because I have been shot as I'm going through the alleys. If I see any piece of clothing or anything like that, I'm just going to drape it over my gunshot wound, just so I'm not bleeding in case anyone sees me.
In this alleyway, there are clotheslines that are between buildings, over multiple floors. You can see there's one that's nearby that you can grab. You grab a big sheet to pull over and cover yourself with. That is when you see him. A figure standing at the end of the alleyway, a very broad figure, almost silhouetted by the street lights behind them. All you can see is a bright light of a cigar as they inhale deeply, revealing a little bit of their face. On the left side of their cheek is a scar that goes up like this, and in their hand you can see over their shoulder a Tommy gun. And they look at you and they say, coming closer to you, they say, Well. Who might you be, Kindred?
I am a passerby, running from hunters, I think.
Looks like someone's found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time. They start moving closer towards you, bringing their Tommy gun down, not pointing at you, but across their chest, and they say, "You got 2 options. I don't know you. The court doesn't know you. So you can either come with us quietly, cleanly," and that's when you notice noises from behind you as other people have come down from other vantage points to sort of flank behind you. Or things get messy.
I do not want to cause any harm.
And what will it be?
I mean, I just told you I'll come with you. I do not want to cause a scene.
Oh, You hear a voice behind you, very deep, guttural. I was really hoping there would be a scene. I haven't kicked in skulls in so long. Turn around, you see a broad, mustachioed man who has a wooden stake in their hand. And they'll say, I hope you don't mind. You're going to come with us peacefully. If we were to ensure that would happen. As he looks at the stake.
I don't care for violence, but if I have no choice, so be it.
You're in the domain of Prince Loden. As a person we don't know. So, you need to be properly vetted and interrogated. With that, in a quick motion, this mustachioed, muscular man comes up, stakes you through the heart. You fall into torpor. The man with the Tommy gun walks up over your body, kicks your body over so that you can see his face. You're still very much aware while you're in torpor. He drags down on his cigar once more, looking down, and he's just like, I was really looking forward to using this tonight, but night's still young. Balthazar, take him. You get picked up by this guy that you now know as Balthazar and taken away.
I knew already, but thank you.
Well, I know, but in character you didn't know. Now you know in character. We cut forward in time a little bit as we see you've been placed into a cell. And in the cell, you can feel it. The inside is completely warded. You can feel the energies coming off the wards. So even if you weren't in torpor right now, there would be no chance to really escape. But you're thrown down, kept there. Balthazar starts rifling through all your pockets, grabs out a small flip book that is on your person. Passes it to the man with the Tommy gun, who nods, and Balthazar leaves, closing the cage behind them. The man with the Tommy gun stands there just looking at you the whole time. What thoughts are going through the doctor's mind at this point?
Well, he'd be aware that this is the Camarilla. Camarilla, however you want to pronounce it. He wouldn't want to cause any more issues than he had to because he hadn't introduced himself to the prince, which is seen as a bad thing to do. You enter someone's domain, you should introduce yourself. He hadn't done this simply because he didn't think he'd be spending a lot of time there anyways. But now he's been caught not doing so, and that's a big issue, and he knows that's a big issue. So that'd be what he's thinking about. I don't know if he'd heard of Loden before.
No.
Possibly, maybe.
You would have heard the name maybe in reference, but you wouldn't really know much about them.
He wouldn't know anything about him, but he would have heard the name. Maybe he would have heard one or two tales of his sort of demeanor, but he'd be preparing himself for that sort of interaction.
As you lie there helpless, unmoving, the stake still protruding from your chest, that's when heavy footsteps are heard coming down the stairs to this sort of makeshift cell area. Horatio Ballard, you enter seeing your blood brother, Al Capone, standing there watching this person who has been captured that you've heard about. Do you say something first, or do you wait for Capone to say something first?
I take a solid look at Capone and at the unfortunate lying on the ground. Another busy evening, I take it.
Yeah. Sometimes, someone's gotta do something here in this city. Can't just all sit around on our fat asses.
I'd love to spar words with you, but I'm much more interested in our mystery.
You know anything about this moke?
Nothing more than what I see before me. He doesn't look too injured, so I take it he can hear us.
Yeah, he can hear every word we're saying.
Did you get a name before you disabled him?
You know how Balthazar is. Gets a little trigger happy.
Ah. You're very lucky. Well, we can stare at him and make conjectures all we like, but the only way we're going to learn what went on and who he is by pulling that out. Still.
Yeah. Loden's already been apprised of the situation. Yeah. So he wants to see this person. Trial, I believe, is what words Loden used.
Of course. Well, he's already guilty of sneaking about.
Possibly guilty of much more.
Exactly.
He was, some of my people in the Chicago outfit got off tonight. He was in the middle of that skirmish.
Did he kill anyone?
One of the attackers. He says they were hunters, but no.
Either he believed that, which is not entirely out of the question, or it was the most convenient excuse.
I'm hoping for the latter.
I realize violence can be fun, but personally, I'm just looking forward to a good story. I'll lean forward into Julie's paralyzed view, stare down. A true story, but a good one.
Speaking of stories,
Grabs the notebook that Balthazar pulled from his body.
Balthazar found this. What do you make of it?
Passes it to you. You flip through it. It's there's a number of sketches. No actual words written in it. It's just a number of sketches of various items. Give me an occult plus intelligence, please.
Regardless of the quality of the sketches, the first thing out of his mouth would be, I have seen better artists.
So not a Toreador.
Occult plus intelligence, I think you said? Very well. Nothing on the modifier. 2.
Wanting to willpower any of that?
I suppose I can willpower 2 of them, but... Yeah, all right.
Might as well use that overwhelming willpower.
You can, with a 3, you don't know the specifics, but you have been around enough in the Kindred life. You've been around since 1881, I believe, is the year that you were embraced, to know that there are some occult items, and all of these pictures that you are seeing definitely look occultish from what you can gather, but you don't know what they are. You know that these are some occult sketches that are the items that are sketched in this notebook.
Either has quite the imagination, or perhaps a treasure hunter.
Those with me.
Oh, very well, very well.
Capone walks up the stairs away from prying ears of the good doctor who is laying there still in torpor. And he says to you, he says,
What the fuck is a treasure hunter doing here unannounced?
I would imagine searching for treasure, but forgive me if my mind works a little faster than yours.
Funny. But what I'm trying to understand is whether or not he's hunting for treasure from our vast hoards.
How much was Horatio told about the encounter with Magnana?
Pretty much just that. This guy seems to have been in the center of this scuffle that happened, and people attacked. One of them was killed. Yeah, pretty much just what Al Capone had told you. No, not a lot more than that.
So I don't have any any word about necessarily what I watched just before. It's just what Capone. Okay. Well, it isn't necessarily related, but if he came here without making the proper introductions, then he intended to be here very briefly. So he likely got into a scuffle with someone who either had something he wanted or whom he believed had something he wanted. Do you know anything about that?
Did he want some bathroom booze?
We'd have to ask him, but I doubt he'd go to that risk. Does anyone in your outfit own something rare and special and possibly bullshit, let's be fair? Not all of these treasure hunters are onto something.
He spits down on the ground, disgusting. This man is he is a vile man that has no regard for any kind of etiquette. Takes another deep drag of his cigar and he's like,
I'll ask some questions, Ballard. But remember who caught him.
Of course. My thanks.
Someone here's got to be useful. Walks away.
Once Capone is no longer looking at Ballard and no one is looking at Ballard, the smile just... and he moves on.
very well. The camera cuts back over to the good doctor. As the doctor is in this cage, unmoving, unable to react, unable to defend himself, that's when his mind drifts back to the last time he was imprisoned. Awaking in utter and complete darkness, the last memories were inspecting the mysterious carriage draped in heavy tarp in the middle of the Italian fields of wheat. But now, he finds himself awake, sore, and trapped in complete and utter darkness. What is going through your mind right now?
It's just another day. Another day in this cage.
You shake yourself too, where you move to your eyes adjust to the darkness once again within this cage. Your eyes seemingly having compensated itself over this long time that you've been here. You're not sure how long you've been here, but there's the dozen or so other people also hunched in this somewhat spacious cage in this carriage. You make your way through, looking at the bars, checking the doors. It's almost like a routine. You do this every morning you awake, or at least you think it's morning. You just can't tell what's going on in the outside world. You hear the carving of wood, as in the corner is Massimo, the young frail boy who you've made friends with, just doing wood carving to bide the time. He looks up at you and he just says, "Ah, you're awake."
Hello. How are you today?
You know how it is. I think this one's quite a good one. And he holds up this wood carving. You can't see the details of it. It's you just see a block, a shape, a blob in the darkness as he holds up this carving.
When he holds it up, I'd noticed that his arm looks thinner than it did the day before.
Mm-hmm.
And noticing that he's staring a bit too long, he'd dart his eyes away, a bit embarrassed, knowing that this could potentially be very, very close to the end for Massimo. It looks good.
Yeah, it's a swan. Always so
I
elegant.
don't think I've ever seen this one.
Well, now you have. You've seen one.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah. In the corner, you see Maria, who is busy. Who's busy on with a small pad of paper, doing sketches that she was able to grab the big huge roll of paper from the outside. Your captors have allowed this to happen, seemingly not caring too much about any kind of art that the captives do, but she's busy sketching something in the darkness. Notices you looking at her in the darkness, looks up and waves weakly before eyes moving over to Massimo with a concerned look as Massimo still coughs and hacks.
I will make my way towards Massimo, and Massimo, and I would just, gently pat him and be like, "You need to rest, my friend."
It seems like all I'm doing lately is resting.
I'm sorry, my friend, but you have to.
I'll get some sleep. I'll go into the corner and sleep on the hay. Go
I'll
talk
try
to
and keep them
Maria.
away from you today.
Go talk to Maria. You know what she's like when she's left too long in her thoughts.
Okay, my friend. Please, rest.
He nods before he shuffles over, still coughing and hacking as he makes his way over to the hay in the corner. You make your way to Maria next?
I would, presumably she's sitting with like her knees up and the paper's resting on her knees. I would be on the opposite side, so she'd see me over the top of her paper. And I'd just be sitting there in front of her. I don't think I'd be talking to her for a while. I know that she's not the type of person to want to talk. She was a young girl when she was captured. She was captured the same time as me. She was very young, and my first sort of encounters with her were her sobbing in a corner. So I know that she's very emotionally in disarray. So I wouldn't want to sort of contribute to that. So I might just sit there for a little while, and then when I feel like I've been sitting for long enough, I'll sort of scooch next to her and try and have a look at what she's doing.
When you scooch next to her, she just, you look down at what she's doing. It's, as I said, it's hard in the darkness, but you can get little details. It looks like she was drawing you.
You're very talented, Maria.
Thank you. I could teach you if you'd like. Just keep your mind occupied while you're here.
You do that for me?
Of course, of course. Pauses before looking over at Massimo as he's hacking away in the corner still, and she says, I don't know how much longer he's got.
Please, let's not talk about it.
I know I offered myself last night, but I think I should do it again to save him from getting weaker.
I was going to do the same, but I don't think he can take much more.
And she shakes her head and she rips off she grabs the paper, holds it up to try and squints her eyes to try to see it, and she's like, yes, I think that looks like you.
It wouldn't be too hard to draw me. I'm very simple, I'm very normal. Basic, maybe.
And she puts the paper down next to her, and she passes you a bit of paper and passes you one of the charcoal bits, and she says, do you want to? I can teach you now.
Sure, Maria, sure. He'll take the piece of charcoal and draw a stick man. Little smiley face, but it's like everyone in that cell is so weak that you would even struggle to hold up something as small as a piece of graphite, piece of charcoal, and just the act of drawing, you would be shaking the entire time. You wouldn't be able to draw sort of straight lines. So you would see that in his work, it would be very, very weak. He'd look very weak.
She guides you on what to do, sort of guides your hands around, and that's kind of where things go for the next few hours. You're not too sure. Time is very unsure in this dark environment. But this peace, this moment of respite, is broken by the ring of the bell. There's a bell outside the carriage, that rings to signal the captor's arrival. When the bell goes off, what is your reaction?
Immediately I would drop the paper and charcoal if I'm still holding it. And I would grasp at Maria's wrist and immediately run to the corner that Massimo is lying in. And if she's complacent, if she's just going to come with me, I'm going to attempt to sit in front of Massimo so that he's difficult to see. In an attempt that if they go for him, that they would pick one of us instead as we're covering him.
It's almost like the area gets darker when these captors arrive. In the darkness, you can hear growls and hisses of pleasure. You hear the door of the cage open as it squeaks on the hinges. Footsteps moving on the hardwood floor till a figure emerges, one of the more cruel captors. You haven't quite captured their name yet, but they are definitely cruel in the way that they act and the way that they get what they want. And they look at the group of all 12 of you as you hunch, sort of know what you normally do, where you hunch into one side of the room, and he looks at you like herding sheep, and he just smiles, fangs beard, and he just says, "It is time for a feast, my lovely, lovely guests."
I would shudder at his first speech. I would shudder visibly.
You know how this goes.
And as he says that, other members are pulled into the darkness as they scream, before eventually it gives way to a pleasured moan in the dark. More people are pulled out until eventually the man, the cruel one, as you've come to call him, goes up to both you and Maria and says,
Which one of you two will be my guest tonight?
I'll pause, but maybe for like 10, 20 seconds, and if Maria doesn't put her hand up, then I will slowly be like, putting my hand up.
You get the opportunity to put your hand up, as you make the motion to move, that's where behind you there is
What is that behind you?
I think again, I would shudder just at the thought that he might take Massimo, but I will, sort of slowly putting my hand up, I will quickly change that to a straight up, please take me.
looks over at you in a quick motion. He moves his face close, head bobbing up and down as he looks at you.
No, I've taken you for a number of nights.
No! Pushes you in the face to move you away. Maria at this point will say, Take me! We've always had good times together. Shut up! Backhands her as she falls down to the ground, and he sees the coughing and wheezing Massimo behind you, and he says,
This one is close to death. I've never tasted a death rattle before. I wonder what pleasures the blood will bring.
He will go to grab Massimo unless you try to say or do something. Or are you gonna...
I think I would try again. I would try to get his attention. Not by overtly trying to defy him, but just by grabbing maybe at his ankles or his leg.
Are you down on the ground, or are you
down on the ground? Yeah.
Yeah. When you grab his
wouldn't dare
leg,
stand up against any of these people.
when you grab his leg, he kicks you deftly in your face, and looks at you, teeth bared, and he just says,
Don't you fucking touch me, you disgusting, vile creature.
Please.
All right, though, perhaps I should make you watch as I drain this one in front of you.
I don't think I'd reply at that point. I would just be sort of moping in a corner, my hands covering, and just being like, please.
A voice booms in the darkness. Well, actually, sorry, a voice doesn't boom in the darkness. Instead, you see him pulled away into the darkness, and you hear a loud crash as another figure emerges.
I would just be locked in this sort of not comatose but sort of catatonic state where I would just be unable to perceive anything, just being like, please, over and over and over.
It's okay, as you feel a gentle force touch your back. It's okay. You look up.
Yes.
You see it's Giovan Marco. One of the one captor that seems kind to the people here.
He would be struggling to say his name, but he would look up at him with tears in his eyes. please.
At this point, you hear stomps from where the cruel one was thrown. He emerges from the darkness and he just says, Giovanmarco, back off! This one is mine! And then all Giovanmarco has to do is glare at him and say, you go without tonight. The cruel one it storms off. It's okay.
Thank you.
It's okay. Giovanmarco will kneel down next to you. He'll look over at Massimo, brush him as he coughs and hacks, and he'll say, he's not doing well, you see.
I think if you would have taken him, I would not have seen my friend again.
No. Put him on his back for me, please.
As soon as he says that, he would attempt to sort of scooch over, still aching from where the guy kicked him. Superhuman strength is a bitch. He would make his way over to
place.
Yeah, he would make his way back over to Massimo and attempt to put him on his back.
Yeah, he's coughing.
Almost be too weak to even move him, as frail as he is.
When you touch Massimo, he's hot to the touch. He has a fever of some kind. But you manage to get him on his back after much effort. Giovanmarco looks down at him, strokes his chin. Give me. I will help him.
Ow.
Holds out his wrist, bites into his wrist, holds it over Massimo's lips, and squeezes out blood that trickles down into Massimo's lips. Withdraws it, and he says, he'll be fine in a few days.
What will happen to him?
The properties of my blood will heal him.
He's not going to become like you, is he?
No. I wouldn't wish this curse on anyone.
It's only a curse if you choose to use it as such.
Some of us don't have a choice.
Thank you, Giovanmarco.
He stands up, puts his hand out to you.
For me to take it?
Mm-hmm.
I would do so. Still tears in my eyes, kind of in real life, but not to win that.
Maria is looks up at the two of you, checking to see if you are okay. Do you make any motion? Do you say anything to her as you walk away with Giovanmarco?
Maria, please take care of him. I will be back soon.
Be careful.
Always.
Giovanmarco doesn't take you out of the cage. Instead, he moves you to where you were sitting with Maria, where all the papers still are, where they were all scattered. He sits you down and kneels down, gathering them all up. And he looks at them and he says, I can tell which ones are yours.
I wasn't really very good at anything.
Don't say that. You must believe in yourself.
It's hard to believe when you're stuck here.
This won't be forever. I can promise you that.
Why does it feel like when I do leave this cage, it'll be through death?
That won't happen.
You are a good man.
If I was a good man, I would free all of you now.
I don't really understand, but I still believe in you.
If there was another way, we would... There will be another way. This is temporary.
I hope so.
If you were to leave this place now, what would be the thing you'd want to see?
A swan.
You will see a swan. I'll make sure of it.
Thank you.
Now, do you ask any other questions? Do you say anything else? Or do you just kind of have idle chit-chat with Guillaume and Marco? He's not going to drink from you. Instead, spending the time just talking with you. But if there's anything specific you want to talk about, now is the time to bring it up.
It wouldn't be specific per se, but I might ask. Gio, what? Can you tell me what day it is, please?
You want to know how long you've been here?
No, just what day it is.
And this is where I fail a little bit in terms of
Just pick a day.
Yeah. I'll say Thursday.
I always liked Thursdays. I met my love on a Thursday.
Amy.
We?
You speak so highly of her. She's a fool to have let you go.
She will always have a place in my heart.
Remember that. Hold on to that memory. Let it fuel and burn the fire within you to survive through these trials. You will see her again one day.
I hope so. I really do. I was going to go back to her when I stumbled upon this place.
Unfortunate. But you'll see.
Is there any? He won't say anything. He won't respond to that. I feel like he said enough that you'll see. You'll see such and such. He'll promise you that you'll see such and such another day. Is there any other thoughts or any other topics you want to broach? Okay.
Nope.
So,
That's it.
You continue the night talking with Giovanmarco as he tells you a little bit about his nature and what is going on here, about the monsters that you find yourselves with. And this is kind of the case on and off for night after night. Some nights you don't speak with him, some nights you are taken away by the cruel one, and those are particularly bad nights because he makes sure that you feel everything before the eventual bite.
So it's always on a Monday as well, the fucking bastard.
Yeah, always on a Monday. Months go by, months pass. You spend more time. Massimo is recovering, seems to be stronger. The cough gone, the fever gone. Marie has taught you how to draw, how to do sketches. You actually think that you're doing a pretty decent job despite the shaky hands. She's a very good teacher. Eventually to the point of where you manage to conjure an image of Amy. And this is your life for however long it is, months, years. Until one night, you are awoken by the sounds of screaming, the smell of fire, smoke, and the sounds of battle outside the carriage. You startle awake, look around. It's the first time you're looking around that's not in complete and utter darkness. The flames that are in the carriage lighting everything up, but the smoke still obscuring your vision quite heavily. You look around to see where the others are. No one else is there with you. And that's when you notice the door of the cage is open.
I'd be in a state of panic. I would notice the flames first. Then I would immediately be looking for my friends, the people that I'm familiar with.
No sign
when
of them.
they're not there, I would notice the door. And then the smoke. And as soon as the smoke, I sort of realize that it's there, I would immediately start beginning to cough. As I sort of start crawling, keeping my head to the ground towards the door.
You make your way towards the door and you crawl your way outside of the carriage and you start coughing and hacking as having escaped this warm, heavily condensed area, and you're on the grass of the fields outside. You cough and hack into the grass, spit. You can hear the sounds of battle around you. What would you look up and you can see a number of people with torches, crossbows, muskets and swords attacking your captors. Some being easily killed by the captors. Others have been overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the amount of attackers that are here tonight. And that's when your eyes go up to the sky. The first time you've seen the sky since you were captured. The night sky obscured by the smoke coming from the carriage and multiple tents that have been erected around here. You spot Massimo through the chaos and fire with Maria as they run into one of the tents, quickly followed by a number of people who chase them inside. A number of those attackers chasing them inside. What do you do?
I would just be sort of crawling. You know, as soon as I exit the carriage, I would just be crawling in one direction. I'd be looking, but like the smoke would be obscuring everything. I might see flashes here and there of the things that you described, but I wouldn't see anything concrete. I don't think I'd be worried about it either. I would just sort of be holding my hand over my mouth and just moving in one direction, continuously moving in that direction.
A body falls in front of you, face dead as it looks at you. Somebody having killed, one of the captors having killed one of the attackers. But you're able to move around.
I would just be overwhelmed, maybe overstimulated by just everything that's going around. I don't think I would have the strength to move this person out of the way.
You can crawl around them.
Turn. Yeah. I might just try and continue to crawl in a direction without sort of trying to get anything out of my way.
Yeah, you continue crawling for a little while, and you, through the haze and the smoke, you do, as I said, you do see Massimo and Maria run into a tent being chased by some of these attackers. But you're not sure if you did see that or not, but it's confirmed to you when you hear her scream from inside, Maria scream inside the tent.
Would this tent be in front of me in the direction I'm going?
Yes, it's in the direction that you're going.
Well, then I'm gonna continue going that way.
Very well. You continue going that way until eventually you reach the flap of the tent, as you can hear a scuffle happening inside, and you hear Massimo through shaky breath say, "Back off! Stay back! Stay back!"
I would sort of crawl through the flaps, still coughing, trying to get my bearings on what's going on.
Mm-hmm. You crawl through the tent. This tent hasn't caught on fire, so it's kind of free from all the smoke that's around this field. Before you see 4 of these attackers circling around Massimo, who's holding up their woodcutting knife. Maria behind him, her clothes torn at by someone, but he's holding the knife up with shaky hands, trying to defend valiantly.
I don't know if I'd be able to speak very well. I don't think it would be aware to me, but I will try to, through the coughing, be like, please stop. we were captives.
With that, the guards are distracted by your sudden presence, and Massimo will actually use this opportunity to try and, with an opening, and try to swipe at one, slashing at their cheek before they look over in anger, backhand Massimo, knocking him to the ground. The guy who's gotten his cheeks slashed says, "Grab him! He's probably another leech! Grab him now!" You're grabbed, and they go to grab they go and grab Maria and Massimo as well. That's when you see as you're all grabbed and sort of put into a corner, the guy with the cut on his cheek looks over at Maria with devilish intentions, let's say, as he goes to move forward. What do you do?
Am I restrained?
You're not restrained, you're just kind of put into one corner.
These people, for all I'm concerned, are a lot less scary than the vampires that had us captured. So I'm going to be a little bit more brave than I was with them, and attempt to maybe this time less crawl and sort of like on all fours get my way over to Maria to protect her.
That's when you're grabbed by one of them, who looks at you with sort of a bewildered expression, like they're not liking what's happening here, but they are clearly down in the hierarchy order, and they need to take orders and and goes and shoves you in the corner, and he just says in a shaky bit, "Stay back! Stay back!"
Please, she's my friend.
Give me a charisma persuasion, please.
Sure. Can't blood rise. I'm just a little boy.
Your attempt to rouse the blood just creates blood clots, and now you are very sick.
You're even sicker.
Can I ask to do a leadership role instead?
Yeah, that's fine. Leadership is fine.
Thank you, because that is 1 extra dice.
1. He, with shaky breath, he just shakes his head. The guy with the cut on his face, clearly the one in charge, turns back. "Hold them back! I'm gonna have a good time with her." As he starts to move forward, the guy with shaky breath just doesn't. He doesn't want to be here right now. He doesn't. He looks like he's just holding his sword as he shakes.
I still don't think I'd be able to speak very well with that amount of smoke in my lungs. Still sort of in the area, but I would try my best midst coughing to sort of yell out, "Help! Help! Help!" As loud as I can. Try and get someone else's attention.
Mm-hmm. There is suddenly a tear in the tent as one of the sides of the tent bursts open, and that's where Giovanmarco comes in to respond to your cries and pleas for help. There is a melee, a scuffle, which the guy with shaky hands turns around, sort of scared and backing away, backing in towards you. But he doesn't notice that you're behind him. As soon as he makes contact with you, in a quick motion, in a scared motion, not sure what's just hit him, as he's watching the people in his in his group get torn apart by this creature, he turns around and slashes at your gut.
Oh dear, this is a conundrum.
Oh my god, I've been slashed.
He slashes at your gut, looks down, sees what he's done, drops his sword, and just says, I'm sorry, and runs off.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, that's a fatal wound. So I would be lying there, sort of, if I'm on my back, depending on where they slashed, I might start sort of gurgling blood as I struggle to breathe even more than I already was, with the smoke in my lungs.
Through the chaos and screams, you hear in the miasma of thoughts Maria screaming at Giovanmarco that you're hurt. You hear Giovanmarco bark behind him. "You two, run! I've got him!" Grabs you, puts you over his shoulder, bursts through the tent.
I might lose consciousness at that point, from pain and from shock.
And you do. You lose consciousness over everything that's happened, all these overwhelming things that have happened to you tonight. The overwhelming things that have happened to you in the past long while. You next awaken underneath an overgrown tree. Alone and extremely hungry. Before you was a small black book. Giovanmarco had shown you this book a few times of things he has learnt over the course of his existence. No sign of Giovanmarco, no sign of Maria, no sign of Massimo. All there is the gnawing hunger that clutches your gut. You look down at your stomach, you see that the slash mark, the fatal wound from that sword blow is no longer there. What thoughts go through your mind?
I would sort of jerk into motion. Be like, what happened? I would say it out loud, the not being sort of aware that I'm saying it out loud. Noticing the book first, foremost. Maybe then I might sort of look around me. Would it be night or daytime?
That's nighttime.
Nighttime. At that point, I think I would notice the sky again. And in my head, I'd be like, sort of in awe, because it's been so long since I'd seen it. And then lastly, I think I would notice that the silence. There's nothing going on. It's just me here. And then at that point, I think in a state of relief, I would sort of lie back down, breathe out, and then the hunger would I would be aware if that sort of guttural hunger, maybe a pain. I'd feel a sharp pain.
As you sit back up and reel from this hunger that has come across you, that's when you look out with bloodshot eyes, looking for something, looking for anything to appease this hunger. But there's a moment, a respite in this, where as you look through the wilderness, you see a lake nearby. As a swan is deftly gliding across the water. And that is where we're going to cut from this flashback back to 1943. Doctor, you are still in this cage, reeling from these memories that you've remembered. But, Mr. Ballard, knowing that the trial is near for him, you've taken it upon yourself to rouse and waken this individual. Coming down with a ghoul in tow, you've instructed them to go into the cage, close the cage behind them, and unstake this individual.
One quick moment before you remove it. I am, other than my ghoul, who is completely mine, any guards are out of earshot, the room is private, and I simply stare the open, unmoving, paralyzed eyes of Julie. I do not know you. I am about to know you. You have met other members of the court to which I belong who no doubt thirst for violence. I do not. In fact, I abhor it, but it has its uses. When that is removed from you, depending on your personality, you may feel inclined to employ some. It would not go well.
Yes, Mr. Ballard. Pulls out the stake. You are brought back to the waking world. Unable to move once more, but once again, the cage is surrounded by wards.
I always hate the feeling of that.
Welcome back. And in case it has not been said, welcome to Chicago.
It's definitely not been said, but I think that might be my own fault. Do we not lie?
Good. That is a good start. My name is Horatio Ballard of Clan Ventru. To whom do I have the curiosity of addressing?
You can call me Julie.
And that is all you wish to impart for now?
I don't think it's safe to detail secrets to people you do not know. Especially not for free. But I presume that was you earlier. I heard speaking. You are indeed correct. I'm here for treasure, as you called it.
Ah. I do enjoy being right.
And you were also correct in saying that I intended to be here briefly.
I would have asked next whether you made a habit of trespassing into Camarilla-controlled cities without taking the proper courtesies. But as you still walk these nights, I imagine the answer is no, not often.
Only for particular things. Well, one thing really. But no, I do not.
And with a purpose so delicate as hunting for treasures and trinkets, you would, of course, hide yourself from the court in case your presentation to the court alerted the people who have the things that you want and took your advantage from you.
Not necessarily.
Well, then what other logic could you have?
I don't want to portray that I simply did not introduce myself to the court because I wanted to remain secret. That's not the case. I did not do so because I did not intend to be here. In fact, before shortly being taken here, I was ready to leave.
And you were
my next lead.
Involved in a scuffle?
I was attacked.
Oh. Just minding your own business on the streets of Chicago. And you were what? Stopped in your tracks?
I was interacting with the kind when a car came upon, killed the kind, killed my driver, and then attempted to kill me.
I see. Certainly a story that speaks to your innocence. But you live still, so it can't have been that bad.
I disarmed one of them, and then I attempted to escape.
Of course, as anyone would. And you ran for a while until my colleague came upon you, and you wisely chose to acquiesce to his gentle request.
I am not one for causing scenes.
No. That is good. I would be happy to inform you that the Court of Chicago does not tend to react well to those who enjoy causing scenes. Unless they're careful about it. Well, I would like to assist you in understanding the position that you are in. We do not know you. You give one name, not two, and you do not include that of your clan or bloodline. You are new here. You have not named anyone who walks among us who may speak for you, which leads me to believe that no one will speak for you in Prince Loden's trial. Do you know how nervous that can make some kindred? When someone walks in with a story and no way to prove its veracity.
I am well aware, actually.
Good. Then you must be starting to, at the very least, realize that the line of your future may be ending soon if you do not find a way to get past this misfortune. Tell me, what is your skill set, Julie? In what way do you work? How are you useful?
I'm resourceful.
I do enjoy a
I have allies
resource.
in a lot of places. But not here.
No, evidently.
Not in Chicago.
So perhaps it is time to make one.
Perhaps. I'm more inclined to spend my time in Europe.
Ah.
But there might be a little bit more difficult to traverse than here. Lots of people like me, for example, hunters.
Indeed.
Or treasures, as you call them.
A simple word. Sounds innocuous. To calm the nerves of those who might react badly to other words I might use. Artifacts, perhaps. Objects of
That is the
power.
word that I use. Yes.
Those words make people worry. See, a treasure could just be a trinket. A foolish, obsessive, or a art-obsessed toreador. Perhaps you are a toreador, and that is why you are here, because it simply looked beautiful to you, and you had to have it no matter whose toes you stepped upon. I don't know. But that possibility floats. And the less worrisome ones are a little less likely. Either way, I'm not particularly bothered about that. My goal in this conversation is to determine the difference between a threat and a resource. You see, a threat is easy to deal with. You will go to trial. Everyone gathered will say to the same tune, "We do not know this kindred. This kindred caused trouble. This kindred entered our city under cover of darkness, told no one, and now there is blood on the street." And then no one will ever hear from you again. And you know that you have no chance in such an environment. You are not a fool. If, however, you are a resource, then perhaps there is a kindred in the court. A Ventru with no small amount of clout who may say, I have in fact heard tell of this Julie. I did not realize it at first, but when we spoke, Miss Julie was able to name an old friend of mine. And I got in touch with them. And they have told me all about you, spoken in your favor, told me the good things you can do for Chicago. And it would be a true, unmitigated tragedy to let this misunderstanding, small though it was, cause us to lose a bridge, a resource, a new friend, one with connections in Europe. Well, now that's just delightful. Thing is, That would not be entirely true on my part. So I would need assurances that this branch of olives, this lifeline, a life-saving line, would be acknowledged for the gravity that it holds, that it would be paid.
One might offer a boon for that kind of thing.
One might. To my mind, your life depends on these whispers that I may or may not offer. There is only one kind of... I would say there is only one kind of boon grave enough for this situation. But if you wish to take your chances with Prince Loden of Chicago, you may. Have you heard about him before?
I've heard his name, for sure.
Do people smile when they say it? Or do they look fearful?
I don't think anyone smiles when they say Kindred's name.
No. Well. Horatio takes a step back. A major boon is nice, but what if you are lying to me? What if you are here for nefarious purposes? What kind of bag will I be left holding in that case? I don't know. I am discomforted. But a life boon, now that would soothe my concerns. He raises his hand in the direction of the ghoul holding the stake. He doesn't... The ghoul knows Horatio's hand symbols. What he is gesturing is, hold it up and look threatening, but don't paralyze it again. Just be like, the conversation is ready to end if Julie does not. He's preparing to just walk off and ignore it and leave it. Is it true or is it a bluff? I don't know.
He's holding up the stake at this point. You notice this, Julie?
Give me 1 sec. It's embarrassing. I've never actually heard of a life boon before.
Yeah. So I was going to say Aaron's looking up life boon.
I just need to understand the concept. I don't actually see a description for one. I presume it's just like Chewbacca's life thing for Han.
I don't think it's like forever. I think it's just more... The difference between a major boon and a life boon is there are still some things you can say no to with a major boon.
It's apparently a part of the ghoul system rather than the vampire system.
Yeah, like the way I see it is it's like... It's like the way I see it, it says life boon may only be claimed, blah, blah, blah. The possessor may demand anything that he likes. Anything.
My description says a life boon may only be claimed if the claimer of the boon truly laid his very existence on the line. Fighting clearly inferior foes does not count. The possessor may demand anything that he likes, anything. This debt is only repaid by saving the life of who he owns the boon. I can't English, fuck.
So the way I would view this is it's like a partnership, an ongoing partnership that's not just repaid with one favor. That's the way I would personally view it.
Yeah. Well, from that description, I have to save his life, otherwise I still owe him.
No, we wouldn't have that. We would just have it so it would pretty much be you would be indebted to him for a very long time.
We can cut this out of the recording.
It's effectively your choice to try and argue it down or go for it, but Horatio
Mistake
hasn't
is
fully
being had.
turned. He's just kind of like this, and he's got one eye looking at you as he contemplates taking a step away and out of the room.
Mr. Ballard,
Yes.
I simply have no reason to lie. As you say, without your help, I am dead. It doesn't matter if what I say is true or false. If I go into that court without assistance, I'm dead.
Indeed. So what
That
do you
also
offer?
being said, I have no reason to lie to you. If you are adamant that this is the only way that you will help me, then I have to accept.
Welcome to Chicago, Julie. I'm sure you shall fit right in here. Now tell me, who is it that I spoke to? Who told me all about how trustworthy you are?
The Ballard is about to step. Well, he's asked for a name. The ghoul. What's the ghoul doing? Is the ghoul?
I waved him down. The ghoul is no longer prepared to restake and is now just standing at attention and trying not to exist because Ballard doesn't feel the need for someone intimidating next to him at the moment.
I had a mentor
Indeed.
in France, Antoine Al-Nazir.
Antoine Al-Nazir. Very well. I can have this person researched and contacted. They will be told what has happened here, that you have made my acquaintance, and that it is because of this connection that your life shall be spared. I shall not pull them into any boons, of course. Our business is between us, but in order to make this work, the paper trail should be as solid as possible.
I understand.
I hope you're still on good terms with them.
He had me a long time ago.
Well.
But I see no reason why he wouldn't be okay with this.
Of course.
With that, with deals made, Ballard does his magic, does his work, whispers in the ear of the prince. The trial commences. We're not going to go into the details of it, but Julie is granted his freedom after a very intimidating trial with Prince Loden, pretty much confirming what Ballard had told him, and he's let Julie go. And so the good doctor had his freedom once more, however, indebting himself to this Horatio Ballard. True to his word, the good doctor left Chicago very shortly after. The next 50 years or so, 50 plus years, I should say, spent in Paris, searching for the minuscule lead you received. You would later learn, over the next 50 years, that Magnano had lied. The lamp was never sold to a mysterious dealer in Paris. And you have been spending this past time following a dead lead. leading you back to Chicago in 2019. You set up a medical clinic, 17-6, hoping the promises of the past were long dead and forgotten. You found more leads finding whatever family Magnano had. But you get a visitor in your clinic one of these nights. And you see a familiar face, one that you last saw in 1943. Mr. Ballard.
There are 4 ghouls within this time. They stand shoulder to shoulder in the mob vibes setup. He doesn't need them, but they look good. The clinic is doing business.
It
is. But Ballard would approach reception, I suppose. Activate mesmerize with rationalize, and to the first reception he sees, "You are closed early tonight. Get everyone out."
The good doctor did say we were going to be closing early tonight. I'm sorry. Closing early. Everyone leaves. Julie, you are in your office, looking through your notes, looking through everything you've researched, unaware of what's happening in the bottom ground floor.
"I have an appointment with Dr. Lafitte."
Oh, of course, yes, I think I have it written here. Yes, he's free now.
He gestures for 2 of his men to remain in the waiting room. The other 2 walk on either side of him as he stomps. Not angrily, it's just a matter of his size. And of course, when they get into the hallway, rather than walking beside him, they walk behind him for the sake of the hallway's width. And before long, there is a rap along the door of the doctor's office, and the door opens right after the knock, not waiting for a response whether or not one appears.
Mr. Ballard, so good to see you again.
Ah, I am remembered, despite the long passing years. But of course, what is 50 years for such as us?
I did promise you I'd be leaving.
And you did, in fact. But I am patient. We set no time for the repayment of our business. No demands of that sort. There was no time set. There was no pressure. Just the understanding that we would encounter one another again. And you are here.
Of course.
As you were always going to be here eventually, Chicago being such a jewel in our world. So I hope you understand that your business here shall not be entirely your own.
It is fine.
Good. You see that Ballard is holding a folder. Well, he hasn't. One of his goons was, but he passed it to him. He looks through. This is a ledger that is not with you. It is with others, but being the forward-thinking individual that I am, I believe that the best way for us to begin our relationship is for you to help me with other problems of mine. So perhaps ledgers such as this that need to be balanced and require some oversight, I could pass on to you. Not necessarily this one, I haven't decided yet, but you will be called upon to represent my eyes and ears, my interests in the affairs of those who I have some degree of power over. Your task would be simple. Aid them. Keep them on track, that sort of thing. I think that's a fantastic deal for a life boon. But, of course, it would only be the start. For as long as you are here, Doctor, in this city where nothing escapes my attention, knowing that these past half-century and more, you have walked night after night, solely because when you were once standing in front of a gallows or a guillotine that you could not see coming, I am the one who showed you a side door that led you away from the noose. Or the falling blade. You are French, of course. You would perhaps prefer that analogy. You have not responded, I assume. The answer is yes.
I'm just trying to be polite, Mr. Ballard.
And you are succeeding. You have ever been polite ever since the first words we exchanged, and with you in such a compromising position. You know, that's one of the reasons why I decided to make this offer at all. There were so many rude people in Chicago back then. Some of them are still around. Others, thankfully, are not. Well.
Here you are, still in power.
Am I?
As resourceful as ever.
I do not often seek to brag or to toot my own horn, only for I have legions of people to toot it for me, but there are many people with money in this city. I could, and in some cases have, bought all of them. Working with me will not only begin to balance your own ledger, which does exist, though you will never see it, but will also keep you safe. If you make an enemy in this city, let me know. Perhaps that enemy will reconsider their position once we have had a word. Or perhaps they won't, and they shall instead reconsider their location.
I don't make enemies too often, so I hope it does not come to that.
No. I hope that proves true. I have, of course, kept somewhat of an ear open to your activities. Anyone whose name is written in my books is someone whose continued unlife is very important to me. And I know for a fact that you are not a troublemaker. Perhaps you would be a good fit to oversee some troublemakers in the future. I'll have to give it some more thought. But for now, I am satisfied with your acceptance. And either myself or a representative will come to you with details. I expect acceptance, though I am not cruel. Should you have any concerns, you may reach out to me at any time. Are you satisfied?
Oui. I think I can do that.
Excellent.
Helping
so am
people
I.
is what I do.
Indeed. Oh, and Doctor, since we never did speak properly after the trial, for speaking on your behalf, may I say, you're welcome.
With that, camera will move away from this scene and will focus on the research that Julie has been doing into his own endeavors, that's laid out on the desk. The search for the lamp of Constantine, constant for him. And through doing so, he has found the latest member that of the Magnano family who he might be able to learn some information from. A kid that goes by the name of Pink on the streets. The camera fades into present 2019, the present time, roughly around the time that Julie was arguing with the rest of the coterie about what to do with Ace. But the camera pulls back from the asylum and cuts to a parking garage, a parking building in the distance. As we go to the roof, and there is a beat-up car parked. Inside the car in the driver's seat is Agent Deckard, sitting in the driver's seat with his binoculars watching the asylum from the distance. He grabs a tape recorder, presses record. Jonah, you're probably sick of hearing my voice. What are you now? 17? Jeez. Time flies, huh? I hope you're having a good life. I really hope you'll never have to listen to this. Let's talk about fate. I know, you're rolling your eyes. I did too, don't worry. When Uncle Paulie, well, your great Uncle Paulie, told me what I'm about to tell you, well, I thought it was bullshit, and you're gonna think it's bullshit too. But I'm telling you, Jonah, there's something here. Someone is designing a grand plan for us, and our family is smacked right in the middle of it. Let me start with the story. The story of the monster that plagues our family. Very, very, very long time ago. A distant great times infinity grandfather was consumed by guilt. Guilt that he'd killed an innocent by mistake. In the melee, he took a painting of this person. He became consumed by the guilt. Guilt that he'd carried to his dying days. But in this guilt, he built a calling. Trained his son in the art of the craft to hunt monsters of the night, while always remembering to honor the memory of the innocent he had slain. Our family worshipped this figure like some sort of martyr. Here's the thing. This martyr figure turned out to be a devil in disguise. Our family would come across this guy many generations later. Paris with some other leeches. He was indeed a monster. Our bloodline had dedicated their lives to this false belief, to this false idol. But through this revelation came purpose,
to hunt down the monster that tainted our holy mission. There have been plenty of reports of this monster fighting the rest of our family over the generations. I always thought my father died in the war while I was a baby. Turns out it wasn't the war I was thinking. He was slain in the middle of the streets of Chicago, head blown off like cattle by this monster. When Uncle Paulie told me this, well, I call it bullshit. The ramblings of some family cursed by superstitious old men. But now, well, I see that fate has brought me here. I see him. He's been under my goddamn nose this whole time. He is real. I don't know how long I've got. I know I'm on my last legs. Believe it or not, you wouldn't be able to tell from my picture, but I'm 76, propped up by stolen blood. But I swear, Jonah, if there is a God, I will kill this monster, end this cycle once and for all, end the curse. If anything, to stop you from having the same fate as the rest of our family.
Deckard stops the recording, puts the recorder down. As he still watches through the binoculars, Julie exits and quickly disappears in a blink. He opens a flask, drinks deeply, and wipes the blood from his lips, taking his next fix to stay alive. The camera then pans down to the passenger seat, where there's a rolled up, old, very old, drawing, a painting of some kind, of Julie, as the camera fades to black. The year is 2017. We open up on Santa Monica. The camera pans down the pier of Santa Monica as the bright lights in the Pacific Wheel shine bright neon in the dark sky. The pier is awash with the neon malaise of the small Pacific Park as tourists and locals populate this area, waves crashing against the shore of the beach below. Within this congregation of humanity stands a monster, a member of the undead, of the clan of Rose, Elise. Having travelled from Washington, D.C. after the ascension of the Night Emperor, Elise left for many reasons, the prime of which, however, was to hunt down the lobbyist and politico Ben Bates. Following the money, it seemed the trail led to Santa Monica before stopping dead cold. A series of investments within downtown LA, mergers and corporate holdings have been marred within the region of Los Angeles as of late. The name on the docket, one Ben Bates, having used his influence to broker such deals as well as lobbying with local political forces to push through the necessary clearance for these rapid corporate mergers. The question is, though, why Santa Monica? If Ben Bates had been making big moves and overtures within downtown, why is Elise Verrill in Santa Monica? Well, the sights, for one. The beauty of the neon wonderland of the Pierre was certainly one to behold. But perhaps more importantly, through the meager contacts Elise had managed to attain in her short time, rumour was that Ben Bates had set his sights on an investment opportunity within Santa Monica itself, though the details of which were elusive, for now. The local sewer rats set up a meeting with Elise, and one of their own apparently having dirt on Mr. Bates that might point onto his next move. As Elise waits for her mysterious meeting, what thoughts are going through her mind, and more importantly, what is it exactly about Ben Bates that has caused this intense need and desire to take him down?
I think that Elise is probably feeling anger, maybe? Because she's seeking justice. It's kind of hard to say because I didn't spend that much time thinking about my backstory. But
So this is the opportunity to flesh it out.
that's maybe it.
So what exactly is it about Ben Bates that causes this anger? What is it that he would have done? What would have he been a part of that would have been antithetical to what Elise stands for?
Chris, you're putting me in a really bad spot because I legitimately didn't spend a moment more than filling this out than with you the very first time we talked about it. I think it was something like he is corrupt and he was not doing things for the people that he was supposed to be representing. So I think she's seeking justice and feeling anger and
Perhaps even was involved in some of the situations your mother was involved with. Perhaps being a hand.
Maybe. Let's go with that because that's more than I got.
Perhaps it was that's what this is. This is us building what this relationship with Ben Bates would be and what this animosity towards him would be. And I think a deep-seated root of that could be the fact that Elisa's mother's life choices are directly tied to the actions and direction that Ben Bates was doing in Washington, D.C.
Sure.
But other than that, what else is going through Elisa's mind in this 2017 setting? You would have left Washington, D.C. about a year ago?
This is really hard. I guess she's consumed with hunting Ben Bates. I really think that's all that's on her mind right now. Like I don't think she had much of an identity before that. Or since then, I guess I can say is.
Very well. So, as Elise thinks of the thoughts and reminds herself sort of the reason why Ben Bates is a object of her vengeance and the object of what should be brought to justice, her burner phone goes off.
Okay, I'll answer it, or I'll look at it and see who it is.
It's a message from an unknown number that just says down below.
Okay. Do I know what that means?
Well, you're on the pier.
Oh,
the beach is
okay.
down below.
Down. Okay. All right. Then, I guess I'll go check out what's down there.
Okay. You head down to below the pier. It's a stark contrast with the life up above the pier, it was full of tourists and families. This place is filled with homeless vagrants that litter the area. Some trying to seek some meager type of shelter, some safety here. Others half passed out in a moment of ecstasy with whatever hit they managed to find during these tough nights. The sight hits very close to home to you, Elise. Reminded of the amount of times that your mother would come home from her work and indulge in the indulgences of life, let's say. Under the wooden pier, the water crashes against the shore. The area is extremely dark and not a place for a normal person to traverse at night safely. But for you, Elise, you're not just a normal person. As you look around for your mysterious contact, you hear a voice that just says, "Miss Verrill, I presume."
Do I recognize the voice?
You do not. It's a very gnarled voice. You turn to the darkness where the voice came, and you see two red eyes that pierce through the darkness. And a shadowy figure slowly emerges, a grotesque monstrosity, hunched over, bald with pointed ears, leather cladding their body, their emaciated body, as they look at you, and they just smile, showing their crooked fangs, and they just say,
Pleasure to meet you, Elise. My name is Mitnick. Gary Golden told me to meet with you.
Mitnick. Oh, it's wonderful to see you.
I'm sure you're just saying that.
No, I mean it. You're very helpful.
Speaking of helpful, Miss Elise, you have been quite helpful yourself. Helping out us with the problems that have been rising here in LA. Sudden rise of the Camarilla seemingly coming up overnight, and you've given us a helping hand to gather intel and dirt on them, which is why Gary has asked us to do this favor for you.
Well, you know me, just trying to be helpful any way I can.
It seems that the rise of the Camarilla might be linked with your search for this one Ben Bates.
What do you mean?
Well, we follow the investments this man has been making around downtown LA, and it all seems to be connected to the rise of this Prince Vanavar.
I see. Okay.
So, I do not think it a coincidence that as soon as he starts buying up property and merging different corporate conglomerates, the Camarilla have come in force. So it wouldn't surprise me if this Ben Bates was a agent of theirs.
Does Elise have any inclination about this before now, or is this when I'm finding out?
This will probably, you already knew that Ben Bates had like connections with the Kindred world. He especially had connections with the Setites in in Washington. But this is the first time that you would have heard a direct connection to the Camarilla.
This is disturbing and not at all what I was expecting to find.
We do not know where this Ben Bates is, unfortunately. But I know that his substantial hedge fund has their eyes set on expanding within Santa Monica. And considering the rapid expansion within downtown LA, it seems like Vanavar's next step is to solidify these holdings and expand throughout the whole area.
Well, we can't really have that, can we?
No.
So, what is the plan?
There is no... Well, we are a neutral party as Nosferatu. Information brokers, dealers. So, I'm merely going to tell you the information Gary told me to dig up. Ben Bates has been in contact with a local club in Santa Monica. One run by one of the barons, Therese Vorman. A place called Asylum. This is possibly the next step for you to trace if you want to find where this person is. And if you so happen to stop him and stop his expansion, well, that will definitely assist the Anarchs, which could be a boon in the Nosferatu's favor as well.
Okay. That sounds like the plan then.
Very well. So, do you say anything else to Mitnick as he's standing there?
Thanks for the information, Mitnick, and I'll see what I can do.
It's lovely doing business with you, Miss Verrill.
Have a good evening, Mitnick.
And like that, he disappears back behind the shadows, disappearing before you. So, I guess the next step will be this asylum club.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my way there immediately after.
So you travel through to the asylum club. It is near the pier. It's like a square building that's a Gothic design, a Gothic nightclub with the words "asylum" written on the top. You are let in. It is a Saturday night. It's quite busy tonight. There seems to be a lot of people within this darkened club dancing and talking amongst each other in certain booths and upper elevated areas. But as you reach into the throng of humanity, what is your approach here?
I actually have completely forgotten why I'm here. I'm here looking for Therese, right? Is that who I'm here looking for? So I'm gonna go to the bartender, just like in the game, and I'm gonna ask.
You see a rotund fella who is got like a tank top on, and he says, "What are you having?"
Oh, nothing for me. I'm actually here for a meeting with Therese Vorman.
A meeting with Therese Vorman.
Yes, I was told to meet her here.
Yeah, well, who are you?
Elise.
Elise. And what business do you have with Miss Vorman?
She said she has information for me, and so I need to speak with her. That's all I have.
Charisma persuasion. Also regain all your start from scratch with everything full, one hunger, full willpower. Oh, you're muted. You're still muted.
My stats are technically wrong.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. Okay. A 1. You wanting the willpower any of that?
Two. I didn't know Miss Vorman had any visitors tonight. Think she's busy. I'll take your name.
My sister is very, very busy tonight, but I might have some time for you. What do we have here? A morsel?
Hello. I'm Elise, and you are?
Jeanette Vorman, the better looking and more fun of the Vorman sisters. I hear you're looking for Therese.
I am, yes. I was told to meet her here because she would have information for me. But it seems she doesn't have time?
No, she's a very, very busy woman. She likes to maintain an air of unavailability, keeping her importance as... And I've lost my line. Sorry, 1 second. Making it seem she's more important than she actually is.
Well, thank you for stepping in and taking her place, it seems. You said your name was Jeanette?
Jeanette.
Jeanette. I'm Elise. Nice to meet you. Is there somewhere we can talk that's a little bit quieter, maybe? More private?
We might be able to head upstairs to my sister's office. I think she's out at the moment, and why not take up one of her comfy lounges? Have a little girls' chat, you and I.
Yes, please. Lead the way.
So, you take the elevator up to Teresa's office. It is a square room with a computer on a desk, some Venetian blinds next to that, and next to that is a heart-shaped bed. Nearby is a portrait, a painting of an older man with two young girls on either side of him. But both of you are here. Take it away, both of you.
So, you said my sister had some information for you. What kind of information is it you're looking for?
Elise is gonna look around the room just to get a feel for the environment.
You see a Rolex in the corner. Sorry, just
a Rolex.
Sorry.
Oh my god, that's in the hallway. That's in the hallway.
Oh, in the hallway? Oh, sorry.
I'm pretty sure that's in the hallway.
Yeah,
I don't think
you
that's
are
in the
right.
corner
I think you are right. It is in the hallway, yeah.
You've done it again.
Yes, I spoke with some of the Nosferatu, and they mentioned that Therese would have information for me on an individual that is causing quite a ruckus here in Santa Monica by the name of Ben Bates.
That sounds boring. Surely it'll be a little bit more fun to, I don't know, have a sleepover, a girls' night with me.
I mean, that would be way more fun than this, I agree. However, I can't let Bates get away with taking over Santa Monica, or even worse, LA.
Fine. I mean, I guess I can have a little bit of a think myself about what my sister might know.
That would be incredibly helpful. And also, I think your sister would appreciate it, since she's busy.
I think that my sister would appreciate a lot of things, but I think that I have different appreciations, more fun appreciations. I think that maybe if you would like this information, perhaps I could tell you, but we might have to go do a couple of things for me first.
I wouldn't dream of getting something for nothing. By all means,
My
how
kind of
can I
girl.
help you?
No, I think that some of Ben's friends are actually holding a party tonight up in Beverly Hills. I didn't have a date, but now that you're here,
I would love to accompany you to this party.
well, if you insist, of course. Let's go ahead and call a driver, and we'll head up to Ben's friend's party. Of course, maybe don't mention him when we get there. They're a little bit on the defensive side.
Of course.
But I think that, we'll have a good time. We'll get a little information. We'll just have a good time. That's the aim of the game, right?
Yes, having a good time. That is what the Toreadors are known for.
And the Malkavians, of course.
Of course, the Malkavians too.
Sorry, after that,
Lead the way.
So we'll head off. We'll make our way towards this party that Jeanette has manhandled Elise into attending with her.
Very well. So it doesn't take long for a driver to arrive. What kind of vehicle would this driver have?
I feel like an all black SUV with tinted windows.
Uh-huh. Yep, so an all black
Make
SUV.
Make it an SUV limousine.
Yeah.
An SUV limousine comes with tinted windows. A driver sitting in the front. He's wearing like the normal like driver gear. Like, you know, he's got a suit with like a little cap on. Allows you both to enter the back of the limousine as he drives towards Beverly Hills. Now, is there any discussion that the two of you are going to have on the way there?
I think Jeanette would definitely be interested in knowing a little bit more about Elise. So she's going to go in, make unnerving eye contact, and be like, so, tell me a little bit more about yourself, Elise. There's got to be more to you than this Ben Badoon guy, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm from Washington, D.C. You know, Ben Bates kind of has swallowed me up a little bit. I guess you can say he's a little bit of my obsession right now.
He doesn't deserve that, does he?
No, he probably doesn't. But we don't always get a say in where our hearts lead us, now do we?
It's not. I guess I just have to count myself lucky that it's led you to me right now, right?
Oh, very lucky. Very lucky.
Lucky for both of us?
Yes, absolutely. Outside of Ben Bates, I mean, I think I'm just like any other kindred. Spend my time amongst the kind, feeding, dancing, you know, taking part in what pleasure remains.
You love dancing. Dancing is a great pleasure in the afterlife.
Yes, exactly. But what about you, Jeanette? I'm not super. I mean, of course, I know of you and your sister. I know you guys are very popular, I think is the word.
Well, I'm far more popular than she is, obviously. I'm much more of a fun individual. I take part in the simpler pleasures in life and still manage to do a better job of running my sister club than she does. I don't know how I do it, but I do.
I have a feeling you're a very convincing individual.
I don't know what gave you that impression, but you know what? You might be right.
I mean, I'm over here doing what I can in order to help you. I can imagine the sway that you have over others, because I'm in it right now.
Are you trying to flirt with me, Miss Elise?
Oh.
You're turning the tables?
Maybe. I'm reciprocating.
Okay, I'm all right with it. I know that I have an overwhelming charm that's irresistible, so I can hardly blame you. It's the body. It's everything. It's the hair, the makeup, the smile.
I'd argue it's the mind seeing an opportunity to jump in because your sister is otherwise occupied.
Well, I suppose there is that as well. But there are more fun things than the mind to play with. Maybe tonight I can show you.
Maybe tonight.
So, is that right? Is that the thing? I feel like we would be fairly close by this point. I don't know how far things are between in LA, but it's a conversation.
Physically close?
Yeah. I mean, physically close to the destination as well as also physically close.
Like actually physically close. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. If that's all the discussion you two would like to have, you will arrive at the destination where there is a mansion within Beverly Hills. It's gated off. There looks to be a number of cars that are parked inside. The driver pulls up to the side of the road, winds down the little partition, and says, "Miss Foreman, do we have an invitation?"
I always have an invitation. Do they know who they're speaking to?
Of course, I just wanted to double check before driving up and... Yeah, okay, no worries. And pushes the button again and the partition goes back up. The car continues to drive to the front gate. You both of you hear the driver talk with a person through a speaker at the front gate, and you hear him say, we're here for the party. I'm here with Miss Vorman and her guest." And then you hear back through the radio, "Sorry, not on the invite list."
Really?
Sorry to have wasted your time. And he backs off. He reverses the vehicle and drives a little bit down the block, parking, and winds down the window. Miss Worman, they said that that you weren't invited.
No, I heard. I suppose they don't know who they're speaking to. Perhaps we should speak to them directly. The help might not know.
I think that's probably for the best.
So are we... Oh, sorry.
Are we going to walk up there? We can walk up there.
Yeah, I think that perhaps we should walk.
Okay.
Take a nice little stroll on our way up and find Jane's friends and make sure they know who is and is not on the guest list.
I agree. I think they'll have a lot harder time saying no to us in person.
I absolutely agree. So we would obviously get out of the car and make our way up to the gate again. You said there was a gate?
Yes, there is a gate. It's got like one of those speakers inside it. That you can press a button to talk to whoever the guard is. But the gate is closed. You can see through these barred gates that there is a number of cars, as I said, parked outside this lavish mansion. But yeah, it's up to you two what you want to do at this point. So
there's no person standing there.
No person standing there. No, it's just a gate with like a speaker inside, and that's what the driver talked to as he leaned out the window, pushed the button, spoken to the speaker.
Oh boy.
So I think Jeanette would probably lean against the wall that has the speaker on it, and press on it and be like, hello. Hi. Jeanette Vorman here. I'm sure you know exactly who I am. Can you please get a hold of your employer, Arnie, and let him know that I'm here? I've brought a little friend to play with us tonight.
I do apologize, Miss Vorman. It doesn't appear that you are on the guest list for tonight.
I said, get Arnie.
Give me a charisma intimidation, please. Okay. So the way that this works is you'll push the button next to intimidation, and then on the drop-down menu will be charisma. You can always rouse the blood to get extra dice as well.
1 second, I'm just... Let's see. It's not got anything on the page. Where am I? On my character sheet?
Yeah.
It's different to what they've had for Lottie.
So yeah, if you want to get extra dice, you can always rouse, or 2. You can spend a willpower to re-roll any dice that is below 6. And that's just on your willpower tracker. You just turn one of them into a slash. You just turn the one at the end into a slash, and then it's just WP re-roll. In this case, it's only 2 dice that you would be able to re-roll.
So 2.
Yep. 4 successes. Right away. Give me 1 second. After a few awkward moments of you two just kind of standing there in the cold, unsure, well, probably at least more unsure about whether or not this is actually going to work or not, you hear another voice that just says, "I'm very busy. You called?"
I did call. I've come to play with you tonight, Arnie. Haven't you missed me?
Is your sister with you?
No, of course my sister's not with me. How boring. No, I've got a friend. Her name's Elise, and she's one of the loveliest people you've ever seen in your life.
You don't hear a response, but the gates suddenly start to open before you. You hear the grind of the mechanisms as they open, inviting you into this windy driveway towards the building, the mansion that's up ahead.
Well, nice.
In we go.
Set up. And then Elise is gonna take Jeanette's arm, so they'll be like walking arm in arm.
Cute. Jeanette would obviously sway hips, pull very close to make sure that the flotation remains solid through the wall.
As you both walk up this winding driveway, you catch a good glimpse around you. You can see that the grounds are massive gardens around you, where in the darkness, even both of you can see this, that there are roving security guards that are just walking around with like little earpieces. But you make your way towards the top of the driveway, where it's there is a fountain that is spewing forth water, leading towards a large, opulent double doors that lead into the main mansion. Now, both of you enter, and you'll see that there are a number of people here, a large number of people that are all mingling and commingling with one another. A lot of very old people, and a lot of very young girls is what you notice as well. Seems to be some type of Hollywood get-together with prospective young actresses.
So what kind of friends were these?
Not the good kind. The kind you have a relationship with because you have to. But he throws good parties.
Okay. Let's go in, I guess.
Shall we go to the bar and get ourselves a drink?
Sure. Not that I can drink it, but I can act like I can.
So both of you go to there is a bar up on a sort of small step, where there is a bartender who's just quickly mixing drinks. People constantly are around them, asking for different drinks, and they're very overwhelmed by all of this and all of the activity that's happening here. You notice quite a few of the young women coming up to the bar to get more drinks so that they can get through this night. Quite obviously, but the two of you,
throw up awe as I approach the bar.
As you do, the guy's like throwing his like little mixer around, and as soon as you throw up ore, the whole room kind of looks at you, including him, and he just drops it on the ground, and there's a loud crash and clang, and he just and he's,
are you okay?
I'm fine. And then he quickly
okay,
grabs it. He's like covered in alcohol at this point, but he starts refilling his like little steel mixer, and starts mixing everything up again while keeping his eyes planted directly on you, Elise. The girls, they're looking at you, but they are in awe of you. But there is a part that you give me an insight plus intelligence, please. Two. That's enough. It's not a hard check. That is enough to tell that they are in awe of you, but also intimidated by you, because it's possible that you can get the roles that they are so desperately trying to get tonight.
If only they knew.
Only.
Elise, since the bartender is looking at her, she's going to say, I'd like 2 drinks. Jeanette, what would you like?
Dealer's choice. Maybe your little friend would like to pick one for us. He seems very fond already.
Yes.
I can recommend
2 drinks of your choice.
Yeah. He's this very young fella. He seems very nervous right now.
Oh, sweet little pet.
And he fills out 2, I'm going to say, martinis for both of you. You can tell, like, even though you're not drinking this, you can tell that it's not well made. And with shaky hands, he kind of passes it to you. And one of the girls down the other end of the bar says, "Hey, you're making my drink first." "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll be back in a second, ma'ams."
Aw, you made him flustered.
Oh, I tend to have that effect on, people
Anyone?
like him. Maybe not so much someone of your station or caliber, but yeah.
Girl after my own heart.
And Elise will pass the drink to Jeanette and then lead her away from the bar, and so that Elise can like look around the room and see if she notices bin baits.
So there's multiple like art sculptures around here that you take notice of. There's paintings around. There is a second. There's basically a big lounge where people are kind of sitting. You can actually see some of the older men getting very uncomfortably close with some of the younger ones, and there's like a balcony area which leads up to what you can see to be a 3rd floor. It's kind of like stairs that go up to a balcony, like a little balcony way, and then another set of stairs that go up to a 3rd floor. There's these big French doors that lead to a pool where a bunch of people are swimming in the pool, some of them with no clothes at all, while the people just ogle at them from the sides, speaking amongst with each other. But you don't see any sign of bin baits around here.
Or anyone that I know associates with him?
No.
Nothing?
And if Jeanette looks around, would she be able to spot a VIP section or an area where her friend Arnie might be hanging out?
As you're looking around, you can actually see Arnie at the very top flight, just like with a glass, just eyeing you up with like a death stare as he slowly sips his martini. All
right, so I would slip my arm through Elise's, give her a little hip check, and be like, "Look, there's my friend. I think he is closely associated with your friend, so perhaps we should go pay a little visit."
Perhaps we should.
So you look up at this man, Elise. He is He's in a suit, very rotund figure, very squat, and he's got a face kind of like I guess best described as a boulder, definitely in his mid-60s, with a little bit of white stubble around his chin, and his hair is, well, he's wearing a toupee, you can clearly tell.
Oh, that's sad. Money and a bad toupee.
So you make your way up the stairs, pushing through the different people. Some people kind of giving you death stares as you're making your way past Elise, once again, intimidated by your very presence. But you make your way up the stairs and you see the guy there, and he looks at you and he says, "Miss Vorman, pleasure to have you here. My name is Arnie Lynch," and he goes to reach for your hand. Elise, you would have heard of the name Arnie Lynch before, a well-known movie producer here in Hollywood.
What have I heard about him? Do I like him? Do I hate him? Sounds like I hate him.
There's a lot of
Where did you get that impression?
there's a lot of unsavory rumors about him, let's say.
Okay, yeah, then I definitely hate him.
Pleasure.
It's amazing.
Yes, pleasure meeting you, Arnie.
So, what experience have you got?
Does my awe work on him? Is my awe working on him?
Oh, it is, but it's almost like he's used to being awed by beautiful ladies.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
He's very good at keeping a poker face, let's say.
Okay, cool.
Meanwhile, whilst Elise is having this conversation, Jeanette's just kind of got her eyes roving around the room, waving at anyone who happens to look over with a death stare with a little.
Yeah, you actually see some people whispering and like pointing up, like she's talking.
Hi. Hello.
But he asks, "What's your experience? Community
I'm sorry.
college,
No,
drama school,
no.
theater."
Sorry, nothing creative. I was in law, so
Oh.
yeah.
Takes a sip of his law. And what made you decide to move to acting?
I didn't actually. I didn't decide to move to acting.
Looks over
I'm
at you,
here
Jeanette.
with
Is that
Jeanette.
she- I said you'd come to play Arnie, not to star in one of your Hollywood films.
Looks back over. Play.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't act.
Why don't we shift somewhere a little more private so that we can nut this confusion out a little bit further.
He takes a beat. He takes a moment as he looks at Elise in particular up and down, scrutinizing every part of her. Takes another sip of his martini and just says, "Yeah, okay." Goes. He moves away and goes into an office, expecting you two to follow.
So let's go.
Follow.
You follow him into his room. It's a square room that has a window pointed out towards the pool. There's a desk there with a computer. There's paintings, books all throughout a bookcase that don't look to have been touched in probably since it's been installed. Various awards that are placed into a glass shelf. And at the end of the square rectangular room is a black couch that is just there that seems to be out of place with kind of everything that's here, but there's a black leather couch. He moves to the window looking out at the pool before pulling the blinds shut, just leaving the three of you here in complete privacy. He doesn't say anything. He's got his back towards the two of you at this point.
Jeanette would glance at Elise, give her a little bit of a wink before, I guess, shifting slowly into the room further as she's making a show of inspecting the books, the desk, the couch, even, trailing your finger around, making it, seem casual whilst being casually uninterested in the conversation.
The bookcase has got a thin layer of dust on it, as if it's not been touched in a wee while. Give me a wits plus investigation, please. So that will be investigation, and then on the drop down menu, wits.
So investigation, then wits.
Yep. Three. You can tell as you're sort of pulling your finger across the bookcase where the dust is. There is one particular book, one particular area that looks like it doesn't have dust at all. There is a book there. Do you do anything with that, or do you just pocket that in the mind for now?
You might just leave it in the brain for the moment, but make a mental note so that I can come back to it in a little bit. But I'm going to maybe make myself at home around the books themselves, particularly so that I'm within arm's reach of that one.
Yep. Elise, what are you doing? As this guy has not spoken to you yet. He's just closed the blinds. His back is still turned towards.
So we came in through a door, and then in front of us are the windows and the blinds where he's at.
Yeah.
And then on either side, it's a desk on one side, and then a couch on the other. I'm gonna go towards the desk, and I'm going to scoot some things aside so that I can casually lean against it, because I'm not sitting on the couch.
Okay.
But besides that, I'm going back and forth between watching Jeanette and like keeping an eye on him. Can I do Sense the Unseen just to see if there's anything in here? Because I think Elise is still kind of like, okay, like clearly he is dealing with Kindred. Does he know about Kindred? Is there something else going on here she doesn't really know? So
wits plus auspics, please. You open yourself up to the sight beyond sight. You feel that there's something here, but you're not sure if you can pinpoint what, but you do definitely feel that there's something not of the normal realm within this room. It's like a feeling in your gut, a knot.
Don't like that. Okay.
He shuffles, still back turned towards the two of you, and he says, "So you wanted to play?"
You should know me by now. I always want to play.
I know your sister. She's very uptight.
Not fun?
She's fun where it matters.
I'm fun where it matters.
No offense, ladies, as he looks at both of you. And he just says, "You're a little too old for my tastes."
At that point, Jeanette's going to let her finger trail across the top of the books to the one that she's noted has less dust, and touch, tilt, investigate there to see what happens.
You're gonna pull the book out?
Yeah.
Okay. You pull the book, you hear a click as the bookcase opens, and you see a vault there. Arnie looks at both of you with anger, and he just says, "What the fuck are you doing? Back away!"
Hey,
Oh, Arnie, come on now.
sweetheart.
don't need this kind of anger.
Those are some big feelings, buddy.
Back the fuck away!
Elise is going
He's getting very
to...
defensive at this point. He goes to he moves to his desk to around where you are, Elise.
Okay, give me 1 second because I don't remember what this ability does. What does entrancement do again? Is that helpful in this situation? I haven't used it yet. It's new.
You won't have entrancement. Yeah, the rule is you kind of have half of your disciplines that we normally would have. Yeah.
Wow, I wanted that one. Now it seems like it would be helpful.
It would be helpful, but no.
Okay, do I have Lingering Kiss still?
You do have Lingering Kiss still.
Okay, so I still have that. I'm going to, as he's approaching the desk, I'm going to stand in his way. I don't know why yet, but I am going to stand in his way and prevent him from doing that.
Okay. He's going to attempt to, he's going to look at you and he,
I have awe up still.
Okay.
He's gotta defeat a roll in order to do things against me, right?
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. Because I think he's only human. Let me look up what the roll is. I actually don't know because I don't normally get in this situation.
It's all happening so fast.
Okay, no, that's fine. He won't roll. He's just gonna, you see him wind his hand back and he looks at you and he says, I would suggest you get out of my way.
Listen, Arnie, we were just here to have a good time. And then you had to kind of bring out this bad, negative energy. I don't think it's necessary.
Not fun playtime.
Give me a either a charisma or manipulation plus persuasion, please. And add your aura on top of it.
Oh, wait. My awe is at level 3, so do I need to lower that since I don't have entrancement technically?
Just
wait, my presence. My presence is at
just
level
do
3.
a plus 2 rather than a plus 3.
Okay. Wait, what did you say I needed to do? You said...
Either charisma or manipulation. We'll go charisma. Charisma plus persuasion.
Persuasion, okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Listen, okay? Elise is good at this.
He sighs briefly before moving towards Jeanette. And he looks at you with a death stare, Jeanette. And he just does this motion to you.
Me?
Back away.
Why? I'm just here to have fun.
And this is not your fun, as he points at the vault that was behind the bookcase.
I don't know. It looks like a bit of fun.
Not for you. He pulls the book again, and the bookcase goes back over the vault.
Why do men always spoil my fun?
How about we just keep what happened here between us, okay? We're here to have fun, right? Right?
What makes you think we would do that?
Because I've asked you very nicely, and you're in my house.
I suppose we could consider keeping it to ourselves, but we might need a little convincing.
What? What do you need? You need money? I'll give you money.
No.
Money. Oh, please.
Well, what do you want?
I hear you have friends in high places.
I've got plenty of friends.
What was your friend's name again? Bill Baba? Babudu. I can't remember.
I believe it's Ben Bates.
What do you want about him?
I mean, just some information.
This is what this is. This is your play, right? To
Well, I
pump
mean,
me
it's fun for us.
He goes back to the bookshelf, pulls the book out. It opens up to show the vault again that's there. You see him put in a number into the.
Can I tell what the
pad.
number is?
Yeah, give me wits plus awareness, please.
Okay. If I do heightened senses and do my eyes, is that?
Yeah, I
Would that
will. I
help?
will allow you to add some of your Auspex onto that.
Sick.
So it'll be
Okay,
half of whatever your Auspex rating is now.
Okay, you said wits and what? What's that? Sorry.
Awareness.
And then add 1 because my Auspex rating right now is 2. So just add 1, half of that.
Add 1. Yep. Willpower.
Yeah, I'm gonna re-roll some of that.
4.
Yay, 4!
So-
Much better.
You see him, and you can see what the number combination is. It's more of a pattern than an actual number combination from the seams of it. Pushes the button, opens it, and he tries to block the contents of this vault from all of you.
Do my heightened senses help me?
It does. You see he grabs a manila folder from there, but that is not where your eyes land. Instead, your eyes land on a number of black spine videotapes with
Oh,
names
no.
on them.
Are they first and last by any chance? Are they first and last names, or is it
Full
just
names.
first?
It's just a first name.
Okay.
And a number of disturbing Polaroids, let's say, that depict ladies far younger than your tastes in compromising positions.
Can Jeanette see this as well?
No, only Elise.
So Jeanette's going to be watching Elise fairly intently whilst trying to seem like she's not.
This man, whoever he is, the rumors, it seems, are far tamer than the truth of the situation. Closes the vault, flops the folder down on the desk, and he says, travel logs, all my dealings with him. A number of his hideouts that I've helped buy him. Now will you kindly fuck off?
Thank you, Arnie. You have been a most gracious host.
It's not the word I would use, but you know what? You've been a host. Maybe not willingly.
Will you kindly fuck off out of my house now?
Oh. Have you considered seeing someone about this anger you've got?
I don't like people poking their nose in my shit.
I recommend dusting your bookshelf, Arnie. It's a little tad obscene.
I'll take it under consideration.
You know, Arnie, you really are one of the worst kinds of people in this world. I can appreciate, the finer things just like anyone else. Sex, drugs, rock and roll. But you really take it to the next level. You take it to the level where there's a distinct lack of consent, my friend.
I wonder if those tapes could identify you, Arnie. Do you think if those tapes got out,
Arnie,
that they would identify you?
Giving you what you want. Now fuck off.
you didn't tape yourself, did you?
Elise.
It leaves evidence.
Elise is gonna go back to the bookshelf, and she's going to open it, and she's going to attempt to take the contents out right in front of him.
Okay, now I'm gonna hazard to say that your charisma roll is not enough for him to sit by idly for this.
Yeah, I'm assuming he's not going to, and I'll just put him down.
So what he's going to do,
I'm basing this off of Elise as when she first arrived in Chicago.
yeah. So you, as you approach the vault, you hear a click behind you as you turn and you see that he's grabbed a gun from his desk and is pointing it at you, and he says, "Move the fuck away from there."
She's not going to. She has rapid reflexes, so she's not exactly scared.
Neither is Jeanette. Neither of them.
Tell the
I feel like
bitch to
they're
back
friends.
off! As he looks at
Honey.
I immediately go to enter in the combination and open the safe.
I don't know what about Elise has given you the impression she's anyone's bitch.
what he's going to do in this instance is he's going to try to grab Jeanette.
That's fine.
And point and kind of have her as a hostage as he blocks the doorway. So, Jeanette, are you going to struggle against this, or are you just going to let this happen?
I'm pretty much just going to let this happen because honestly, this is a fantastic time. For me, it's very exciting.
So you're just
Jeanette,
giggling
it's
away
gotta
as he
be.
grabs you. Stop fucking laughing!
Just laughing.
Back away from the desk right now, or I blow her fucking brains out. I could kill someone in the fucking street and no one would care.
Even
I'm not gonna care about this fucking bitch.
Even Elise laughs at that out loud as she's opening the safe. She's like, "Okay," as if.
Yeah, you open the safe.
Do your worst, Arnie. Laughing. Do I have is it open yet?
It's open. Yeah, you can take the contents.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking the contents. I'm taking the photos. Yeah, I'm gonna put them in my purse.
You take all the black spine tapes out of all of this disgusting content.
Stuff.
And some of it is even like BDSM type stuff, like BDSM with these younger people as well, which is and there is how much of you right now would be angry upon seeing this? How would you be?
I'm furious. My blood is boiling. I want to kill him where he stands. My beast is more than happy to take over at this point.
Here's the question.
Yeah. Frenzy? Yeah, probably.
Frenzy? But do you want to ride the wave where you get to control how the frenzy happens?
I mean...
So basically, you wouldn't roll; you just ride the wave, and you either control or you tell me to control how this. Basically, you're deciding not to roll against the frenzy.
Yeah, I'm deciding not to roll. Seeing these images and like putting these things in my purse, I'm going to frenzy. So yeah, I guess I'll let you take it over, and my goal is to help the people in the images and the photos and things like that, and whoever's on the tapes, but also to murder him.
Okay. So,
And that's only goal if you're taking over, Chris, just before you start, would be to duck out of the way at some point and watch this all unfold like a good movie.
yeah. As he's pointing the gun at you, Jeanette, he's like, you better fucking know that you fucked your sister's deal up right now. There's no way I'm gonna be investing in the asylum after tonight.
Oh, honey. I don't care.
But as Elise, as you open the safe and you see the images and everything before you, it's almost like everything goes red. This rage boils up inside you. And in a quick motion, you run towards Arnie. And he pops off a few shots, but you take maybe two superficial damage as you...
I also have rapid reflexes, so the beast is taken over, so that
the beast is taken over, so it's kind of just taking the brunt of it. So just 2 superficial damage for now. But that also gives you an opportunity, Jeanette, to duck out of the way. He loosens his grip enough so that you leave, and you smack him up against the wall, Elise. Grab him by his toupee that seems to have been plugged into his scalp. And he's just like, what the fuck are you? And then you grab him by the hair and just tear at his head, ripping it right off his neck, throwing the useless head away as it bounces on the hardwood floor below. His body drops down as blood seeps out of the gaping wound in his neck as the anger subsides only slightly. You've now regained control once more, the beast no longer taking hold.
Oh my! That feels like a deserving end to what was just one of my best friends on the face of the earth. Do you think that we should perhaps take our exit?
You can hear that the music stops down below. People are panicking at this point because they heard gunshots go off upstairs.
Yep. I would take what I had in my purse and but I would leave some stuff just like in the safe, knock some of it out onto the floor so that if people get called, maybe hopefully somebody sees it, but Elise knows he's going to have people looking out for him and they're going to take some of that stuff. So she has some evidence that she's going to use to besmirch his entire business, basically.
Okay. You can hear the rush of security guards as they're making their way up the stairs. What's the exit here, gang? There is a window that leads to the back. If you want to just jump out the window and do a heroic escape.
That's what let's jump out the window.
I think the window is a good option.
Yep.
Okay. So what happens is, as the guards come into the room, they push the door open, but his body is in the way, so they have to kind of push even further. That's when the both of you, hand in hand perhaps, jump out the window as glass shatters everywhere, and you land in the pool down below, making your way out, running away, but you two are able to escape from this chaotic scene right now.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing that we parked the limo away from
outside the gate. Yeah.
Good job.
You run to the limo, drenched, dripping with water. Jeanette just giggling the whole time. This is a lot of fun right now.
So much fun.
But the two of you jump in the limo, and the driver screeches off.
That was the best night I've had in a long time. God, I'm glad I brought you along.
Yeah, not how I expected it to go, but I will say it felt pretty damn good. Hope you don't get in trouble for ruining your sister's plans too much.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe that was my aim for the evening, but
Then that's perfect. That works for both of us then.
I don't much mind that she's not gonna get what she wants because let's be honest, I'm the real brains behind the asylum. So
I can see that now. Told you there was more to you than just your appearance.
just boobs and butt.
Yeah. There's a lot more there than just that.
But there's
That's
a lot of
also
that
nice.
as well.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna be good friends. Not that kind of friend, but actually good friends.
Yeah, me too.
So, you spend the time looking through the documents that you've gotten. I'm going to assume that maybe you drop the incriminating evidence off safely to to somewhere. Well, what would you do with the incriminating evidence?
I would give it to some Nosferatu to, and like probably owe like a boon to or something like that.
Yeah.
In order, I'm sure they could use the information as well. Dirt is good for everybody. But I would give them express permission to, or express instructions to ruin Arnie's entire empire that he's built up, and tell him not to worry about Arnie himself.
Okay.
He's already dealt with.
So as you, so we're going to cut a little bit forward. You've got like a temporary haven here in LA. You've been looking through these notes and documents that you've been given about Ben Bates, and the most interesting thing on them is the travel log. It seems like Arnie was expressly responsible for Ben Bates' private flights around the States and outside of the States. And you can see on the final page of that, there's a flight to Chicago. The next stop.
Yep.
But is there any final words that Jeanette and Elise want to have before we end the scene?
I think Jeanette would just want to spend, the rest of the evening partying and dancing and having a nice time. Because honestly, after that performance, who wouldn't?
This would be, in terms of timeline, this would probably be a few nights afterwards if you were to have a sort of goodbye between the two of you. But if you don't, then that's also fine as well.
I don't think Elise thinks it's goodbye.
Goodbye for now, obviously.
Yeah, it'd be more like a meeting up just to say like where she's going.
Okay, take it away. A few nights later, you both meet up at Asylum in a private booth.
So, after our exciting night,
a little jaunt.
Yeah, I've figured out that my friend is in Chicago now. So, unfortunately, as much as I loved it here in Santa Monica and as much as I love the asylum, I have to go.
Okay.
I hope I get to come back and have another night like that.
I know that you're not gonna leave forever. You're gonna come back and visit me. We have to have another girls' night. I love girls' nights.
Yes, so do I. I agree.
Especially the kind where someone loses their head.
Yes, particularly somebody who deserved it.
Absolutely. There's so many people who deserve to lose their heads, so I feel like we should definitely find another evening together. Maybe I'll come visit you in Chicago.
Absolutely. You are more than welcome to Chicago. I'm
Wonderful.
sure I'll get up to some exciting experiences there as well.
Absolutely. We could be pen pals.
Maybe I'll call you.
Fine, but I might send you some letters. That'd be fun, right?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I suppose until next time. Good luck.
Next time.
And with that, Elise departs, leaving for Chicago, leaving to, in a few years' time, continue the adventures that she would have there. The camera cuts to Therese's office as Therese sits at her desk in front of her computer. Phone nearby. She decides to dial in a number. After a few rings, there is an answer that just says, Miss Vorman. What do I owe the pleasure of your phone call?
I just wanted to provide you an update on the situation in Santa Monica.
And how is our illustrious Mr. Lynch?
No longer with us.
Perfect.
Somehow, my idiot sister managed to do something helpful for once in her life.
Fantastic. Now that Arnie Lynch is off the table, my ascension up the board will be that much easier.
I'm so glad to have been of service to you, Mr. Bates.
Indeed. Consider the asylum as a great first investment for my tenure on the board.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm sure we'll speak soon.
Indeed. I shall look up locations. I'm currently in Chicago. There's a club here that might suit our benefits for expansion.
Wonderful, I'm glad to hear it. Send me the details. I'll make sure to arrange something.
Pleasure doing business with you, Miss Foreman. After Vietnam, Jack Davis was left a husk of his former self. The fight, the violence, the brutality, even the fear, Jack missed all of it. What truly left Jack hollow, however, was the nights that led to his discharge. The horrors he witnessed in that chamber of the damned etched into his mind, forever scarring him. He was seen as a madman. The ramblings of a lunatic that spoke of creatures that killed his friend in combat didn't sit well with the top brass. He sent home. But that didn't stop the nightmares. Plagued by the creatures, he would wake up most nights in a cold sweat, the look of Mac's face as he was pulled into darkness, the strange things he saw. Returning home was not peaceful either. His father had died of a heart attack while Jack was fighting for their country. Mother having turned to the bottle, bitter and alone. His younger sister, Mary, had left home a long time ago, the details of which elude him. Jack stayed to look after their mother as her health deteriorated from the alcohol and demons that plagued her. It was 1999, where we catch up and meet up with Jack once more. Once again, a hollowed-out man living from job to job, paycheck to paycheck, his mother finally succumbing to her demons mere months ago. Truly, more than ever, Jack was alone with his own thoughts, with his own demons. His one solitary ray of hope was his sister, Marie. She had run away from home shortly after their father had passed away. He had tried to probe their mother about the details of why, but she never gave him any. He knew she was out there somewhere. His last lead was somewhere near and around Baltimore. With nothing else, he sold the family home and left, in pursuit for something, anything to fill that gaping maw within his soul. Jack had found work as a dishwasher at a local diner. Leads to Marie had unfortunately dried up, however, as so had the funds. The expensive PI that he now realized probably grifted him had absconded with whatever he had left. As Jack works another night, what thoughts are going through his mind?
This shit job. It's the only work I can find, though. That fucking asshole PI. If I ever catch that motherfucker. And as Jack sort of pauses to have that thought, he hears a yell from the front of house. Hey, Davis, back to work. Yes, boss. Gets back to scrubbing dishes.
Mm-hmm. The night continues on. These nights are very long. A lot of people around, just yourself and the manager, who is busy not being busy in the office, leaning back in their chair. Eventually, you're tasked by this manager to take out the trash. So you begin to take the trash, dragging the large black bag to the skip outside. You open the skip, it rusts on its hinges, makes a squeaky noise as you unload. As the weight of everything is falling on you and you're not sure what your next moves are, you notice you're not alone. Down the alleyway, a vagrant, from the looks of it, seems to be shambling towards you. Give me a wits insight, please. You're not sure what this man's intentions are, but he is shambling towards you.
Hey, friend, I can't give out leftovers. I only just got this job. They catch me giving out free food, I'll be fired.
I'm sorry. They told me to do this.
He goes to lunge at you with a knife.
Oh, I'm gonna get out of the way.
Okay, give me an athletics plus dexterity, please. You're able to dodge out of the way as he misses you with this rusted knife, and it clangs into the metal skip nearby. But he's wide open for you to grab his arm or to do anything. Whatever you want to do is up to you at this point. But he's probably going to try to swing at you again if you don't do anything.
All right, I'm going to tackle him to the ground. Did you say he dropped the knife?
No. He went to go hit you. You dodged out of the way, and it just went into it hit the skip. So it made a metal clang.
In that case, I'm going to try and grab his wrist that he's holding the knife, control it, and sort of get that sort of wrestling control.
Okay. Strength plus brawl, please. 4. You're able to grab his wrist. He squeals in pain as you get control. He's still got a grip on it. If you were to wrench it a little bit more, he'd probably let go, but that's up to you if you want to do that.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want him to be disarmed.
He lets go of the knife. The knife clangs onto the asphalt below, and he just says, I'm sorry, they told me not to do this. He reeks of alcohol. This man, his beard is matted. Definitely a homeless vagrant of some kind.
I look around. Is there anyone else there?
No one else is there.
Cool. I'm going to say, oh yeah? All those people over there that told you what to do this to me? and then I'm going to headbutt him.
Cool. Intention to knock him out?
Yeah.
Yep. You headbutt him, and he's out. He's out for the count. He goes limp and goes down to his knees. He's still sitting upright because you've got his arm, but if you let that go, he'll just flop down to the ground below.
Yeah. So I'm going to look around, and I'm assuming that maybe one of the other, it's sort of like a restaurant in a street of shops.
Diner, diner in a street of shops, yeah.
I'm going to look and see if there's like another skip bin nearby where they've overfilled it and there's some trash on the ground. I'm going to throw him into the pile of trash.
Very well. You easily are able to find some. You throw him into the trash. He makes a noise as he gets thrown, and he's still out for the count. Doesn't seem to respond. But what you do notice is when you grabbed him, something fell out of his jacket. An envelope.
All right. I'll pick it up. Open it up.
Well, you pick up the envelope.
Oh, yeah.
Because the back of the envelope is showing at the moment, and you flip it around. It says cannon on the front.
That's a strange coincidence. And so I pop it open.
Pop it open. There is 2 Polaroids in here. One Polaroid that shows a fancy-looking building, multi-story, sort of social club. And the other is a picture of Marie. Aged, of course. Last time you would have seen her, she would have been 14, 15. Now looks to be in her 40s, perhaps, but definitely is her. And then also a map. A folded map that has of Washington, D.C. that has a circle in the southern side of Washington, D.C. that just says here in big, bold letters. Within Garfield Heights, I actually put the neighborhood in.
It's a better lead than however many grand I threw at that PI gave me. I'll put it in my pocket and then I'll walk over to the homeless guy. Just slap him a couple of times, see if he wakes up.
Looks up at you, startles, starts backing away into the garbage behind him, the metal cans hitting the ground around him.
Who gave you this? I hold up the envelope.
They did.
Who's they?
You wouldn't understand if I told you.
Way I see it, friend. I don't think anyone gives a shit about you. I cut through your throat, leave you here. No one cares.
They told me if I did this, then they'd make me into one of them.
One of what? What is this, some fucking bikie gang?
Yeah, you could call it a gang. I spent my whole life looking into these shady fucks. This is where I am now.
What are they called? What have I done to piss them off? Can't think of any time I've run into any gangs. Or run afoul of them anyway.
They're not a normal gang. They're just... They're what your nightmares are made out of, kid.
I'll lean real close. You have no idea what my nightmares are made out of. I sort of shove him back into the garbage and get up and walk off.
As you walk off, the guy sort of yells,
They gave me the envelope in case you killed me. I guess you didn't have the guts.
I'm going to walk up to where the knife has clattered to the ground. Walk back over to him. Put the point of the knife under his chin. In case I didn't have the guts to do what?
In case you didn't have the guts to actually do what's needed to be done.
he spits that out at you.
He just spits the words, or he spits?
He spits as well, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Knife goes straight in.
He gurgles as his life slowly leaves his body. Blood starts dripping down, and you're reminded of the time in Vietnam where you killed that person, stabbing them again and again and again and again.
That wasn't a person. Neither's this piece of shit.
So, you walk away, leaving this body in this garbage refuse to be found in the next day. Luckily, the 90s, there's not a hell of a lot of overall coverage of CCTV or any of that kind of jazz in these sort of low rent areas, so...
Anywhere that would have hired Jack at this point is not going to have a working CCTV camera.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, where is Jack's next approach?
He's headed to Baltimore.
Oh, sorry. It's Washington. He's in Baltimore. It's
he's
in
in
Washington.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Washington, D.C., Garfield Heights is where it is. It's a good few hour drive away to Washington, D.C., but, I mean...
Yeah.
Would Jack have his bike, or would he have a car?
I think at this point, Jack would probably have a bike, but not his bike.
Mm.
Just an old piece of shit that he spent a couple of $100, managed to fix it up himself, falls apart every now and then, and he puts it back together.
Okay, so you walked through the streets of Baltimore with this determination, this new lead that you've gotten from this mysterious person who sent someone to kill you. Is Jack thinking too much about the situation, or is he just focused on this new lead he has?
At this point, Jack doesn't think that he's being led to his sister.
Mm-hmm.
But there's someone who's targeted him, and he wants to find out why.
Mm-hmm.
And they know enough about him to know his sister. Mm-hmm. So if he can find that out, if he can confront them, then maybe there is this lead. Maybe there is a way to find his sister.
Okay. So, oops, wrong track. So, you head back to your apartment within Baltimore. I'm going to say it's quite a low rent place.
Yeah.
You go to where your bike is parked. You jump on your bike, get ready to go. As you do, a guy pokes his head out the window and he's like, "Davis, rent!"
Jack just completely ignores him. He knew he wasn't coming back here. He's got his belongings, which fits into a backpack. He's left the keys on the floor in front of the landlord's office or apartment, wherever it is. And he's just not even going to respond. Just drives off. Yeah.
So you see in your like broken mirror on the side as you're driving off, the guy come out of the building and tumble down the stairs of the outside stone stairs, and just he starts chasing you down the street. Davis! And that's where we go to Garfield Heights. Takes a few hours for you to get there, to get from Baltimore to Washington, D.C., driving through the highways, but eventually you arrive within Washington, D.C. And then you go to the southeast side, I believe off the top of my head, to Garfield Heights. You see the property, you go to where the circle is, where it says here, and you see the property that has the photo of it, the multi-story, looks like a social club type thing. You see that on the street. That's what you see when you arrive here. What is Jack going to do when he gets here?
So does that match up with, I'm assuming that matches up with the place that was marked on the map?
Yeah. Sorry, I explained it very terribly, but yes. You went to the part on the map and it's the picture. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So Jack's gonna look around. He would have had a shower and changed into some clean clothes sort of looks around and would it be relatively late at night?
By the time you get there, it's early morning.
It's early morning. Okay.
The sun is starting to rise, cresting over the horizon.
Yeah. And is it a residential building or is it a like office space?
It looks to have once been a residential building. It looks to have been like a sort of building that may have been built in the early 1900s, but it clearly is a social club of some kind now with like a sign outside that that will just that will denote the name of the building. Sorry, I didn't actually note down what the name of the building would be, but it's clearly a social club. Okay.
And if it's early morning, Jack's gonna just find a nice spot to sit. He's gonna one of the few things that he can still take enjoyment in that sort of isn't clouded is that he can just sort of sit in the warm morning sun. And he's just going to enjoy as the day sort of heats up and wait for the building's reception or whatever front desk they have to open so that he can go in and make inquiries about his sister.
Okay.
See if she...
How long would you wait? How long would you wait?
Till 9 a.m. Or 8 a.m. or whenever the building opens.
Okay. So, well, actually, I'll say what you can do is you can go up to the building and sort of see what the opening hours are.
Yeah.
You before you go to sit down, you see that it doesn't open until about 3 p.m.
Okay. There was the photo. Was it in like an identifiable background? Was it around this area?
The one with your sister.
Yeah. Sorry.
Give me a wits plus investigation. Looks like a coffee shop. Past plenty of coffee shops on the way. There's a lot here. You could try to trace ground if you'd like, visiting different coffee shops, but that's how you could possibly fill out your day.
Yeah, I think Jack could sort of maybe go and get himself a coffee and, just sort of maybe ask the barista, hey, I'm actually in town looking for someone. You know where this, big, long stretch, big city, but I don't suppose you recognize her, or if you recognize, looks like she's in a coffee shop here.
Looks at the photo. Oh, sorry, I don't, sorry, I see a lot of faces, so it's...
Not a problem.
Yeah.
Americano to go.
Yeah, sure. Starts making it for you. Looks over at you and says, who are you looking for?
Just someone who I used to know a long time ago. Haven't seen her in a while.
Well, she's here. Not a lot of people come here that don't become known faces.
That's what I'm hoping.
I do hope for the best for you. Mate gives you the Americano. Where are you from?
All over. South originally.
South? Huh.
Yeah.
So you come here because this person, an ex?
You could say she's family.
Family's always complicated, isn't it?
Yeah. And as Jack sort of looks down, he contemplates the still raw and still recent death of his mother, his father's passing, their tumultuous relationship. Here, and gives him a relatively large tip.
Oh, thank you. I hope you find your family.
Thanks.
You gotta leave. And then You spend the rest of the day kind of going to different coffee shops. None of the baristas are quite as chatty as the first one you met. The first one that you went to was a sort of very niche place where not many people visit. So the person seems like the person may have owned the place that was talking to you, but no luck in trying to find the particular place that this picture of Mary is taken. So you head back to, it's about 3 p.m. You head back to this social club place where you can see that staff members have started to go in, all dressed in like with nice white shirts and waistcoats, and the place eventually opens. You go into the front entrance, large double doors of wooden and mahogany, and you go in where there's a front reception, and a lady is just standing there, and she looks up and she says, "Oh, can I help you, sir?"
Yeah, excuse me, ma'am. I'm actually in town looking for someone, a family member who I've lost touch with. Do you know this woman? Her name is Marie, was it?
Marie.
Yeah, her name's Marie.
Looks down at the photo. No, I haven't seen her before. Wits insight, please. For Messy Critical doesn't matter at this stage because you're mortal. So you can clearly tell she is lying.
I have reliable information that says that I could find her here.
I regret to inform you that your reliable information might be wrong. I've never seen this woman in my life, nor do I know anyone named Marie.
Look, she may not go by that name. It's been a long time since I've seen her, but I think that she'd be interested to reconnect with a family member. I don't know why you would be not disclosing that she's here.
Slides you back the photo and just says, "Do you know what this place is?" Of course you don't. Look at your clothes. Sorry. This place is where very important people come when they need to let off some steam. And if anyone works here after hours, well, I dare say they're not worth reconnecting with.
So, can Jack read between the lines that she's saying, "Hey, she works here after hours"? Okay, cool. Because that's what I was getting from that. But yeah, cool. He'll just sort of, thank you, and he'll hold eye contact like that second too long, and just feel her discomfort for a moment, thinking that maybe Jack's not going to leave. Maybe he's going to cause more of a scene. Maybe he didn't pick up on this hint because someone wearing clothes like that, of course they're not going to pick up on social cues. But then he nods again and turns and walks out.
Mm-hmm. So, now that you've gotten that little bit of information, what is it that Jack wants to do in terms of figuring, or is Jack just going to wait?
It's the mid-90s.
Uh-huh.
So internet access isn't something that's super...
Not super...
Yeah.
Like there's not... I wouldn't say that... I'd say there might be one internet cafe somewhere, but I don't think Jack would really...
No. No, Jack wouldn't. I'm like thinking of Kieran. I was like, what would I do in that situation? I'd go to an internet cafe and I'd like find something out, or I'd pull out my smartphone. But it's like, okay, mid-90s. All right, yeah, no. Jack is going to... actually, maybe he'll go to a local library. Mm-hmm. He'll go to a local library and he'll find just their sort of newspaper section. And he'll see if he can see any information or if there's been any news recently about this social club so he can get a feel for the place.
Okay. So you head over to the archives in the library. There's plenty of libraries here in Washington, D.C., but in particular, you'll be wanting probably not to look at some of the more specific libraries, probably just a more general Washington D.C. library. You go through and start looking through various newspaper reports, looking through them. I believe it was like a microfilm, right? Where it was like you'd be flicking.
I was thinking I would be going through like sort of more recent ones rather than like historical archives.
Oh, right. Gotcha. So there'll be like filing cabinets where you can like grab newspapers, flipping through them. There's a lot of just meaningless chaff here. So I'm going to need you to give me an investigation plus intelligence, please.
Oh boy, I have one die.
Or wits.
Oh, let's go wits. I have 2 die. I got 1.
Okay, 1. 1 is enough to give you something, at least. It's enough to give you, back in 1985, there was, it's just a small report that just, no picture, nothing, that just says, person found dead at social club. I should have gotten a name for the social club.
Oh, good.
And
so
not a lot of details. Not a lot of details.
I'll take that to the librarian and go and just say, "Excuse me. Look, I'm just out of curiosity looking into what part of Chicago was it in?
Washington.
Oh, sorry, Washington. What part of Washington was it in?
Garfield Heights.
The Garfield Heights Social Club. I mean, I'm just, passing curiosity. Only thing I could find in the newspaper archives was this one line. Do you know anything about them or about this supposed murder?
I don't catch myself up to date with the grisly details of today's modern age. The social club has been around since the 40s. Politicians, diplomats, important business people tend to go in and out. I don't know much about it myself, but I do hear rumors.
Oh yeah, what sort of things do you hear?
That is a den of ladies of the night.
Oh. That is interesting. And there's a lot of important people who visit there?
Yes, whenever an important dignitary arrives, well, it's not uncommon to see them visiting the social club for socializing, I guess.
Oh, thank you for the information. Thought there might be
These
something.
Are just rumors, of course.
Oh, of course.
Gossip, and
Well, I mean, I'm writing a novel, and I just sort of caught my eye the mystery of the place, and thought it might be something. I guess something a bit more mysterious.
No, it's rather mundane, but good luck on your novel, Mr. Novelist. I'm sure we'll have you in the archives and our shelves one of these days.
One can hope. And Jack goes to return the newspaper.
Mm-hmm. So, with this new information, what is Jack's next point of approach? What's Jack's thoughts? Just work through what Jack is thinking.
Jack's definitely didn't sort of pick up that vibe from the place. Jack's someone who hasn't availed himself of ladies of the night. On returning from Vietnam, he's been traumatized, and he went there very young as well. So that while that may have been something that returning soldiers have indulged in, Jack himself has not. He's had family troubles as well. So he's feeling quite uncomfortable, quite out of his depth. This is a part of the world that Jack doesn't know. I think you're muted.
Is Jack's next plan... Well, what's his next steps, I should say?
Well, his next steps, what he's thinking is that he wants to reconnect with his sister as soon as possible to see what way that'll go. Whether that's going to be a family reunion where he can find a sense of purpose and belonging, and even just to find one person who still gives a shit about him, or if he'll find out that he is truly alone. But either way, he wants to find out quickly. He wants to know, and the information that he has says tonight, so he's going back there tonight.
Okay. So he'll go back there tonight. He wouldn't wait outside or anything like that. He'd just go. He'd
sort of find somewhere nearby that he could sort of see people coming in on the off chance that he might see Marie outside or around. Because if she's working there at night, then probably she lives somewhere nearby.
There's a park nearby that you can that you can kind of find a seat and keep an eye on the place from a relative distance. You wait there for a number of hours, perhaps. Would Jack have some kind of journal or something, or something that he would be using to occupy his time, or would he just simply wait?
I think he'd have a journal. And he'd be writing. Sorry?
I'm sorry, you grabbed the journal out.
Yeah. What date is it?
It will be, let's say, September 1994, 25th.
September 25th, 1994. Last night, someone tried to shank me outside the restaurant. Strangest thing was, he had a photo of Marie. After so long with not a lead, and after that PI scammed me, to have potential information as to where she could be was almost worryingly coincidental. He talked about some gang that paid him to try and kill me, and then if I couldn't take care of him, or if I didn't have the will to take care of him, he had a photo on him and a map. I followed the map to Washington, to some rich people's social club that apparently Marie works overnight. I don't know if I believe it. I don't know if this is all some scam that the PI is putting together to try and claim that he's given me information if I ever track him down. All I know is that the only lead I have to the one person who might still give a shit whether I live, whether I die, this is it.
Give me a wits awareness, please. willpower to reroll. Oh, by the way, you recover all your willpower. So
I may as well willpower reroll then. 2.
3. Oh, yeah, 2. Yep. 2.
2 total.
2 total. That's enough. So when you've finished writing your entry, you can see a woman making her way down the street towards the social club. She's wearing a heavy coat with a scarf around her neck. From the distance, you can't quite tell, but as she comes closer, this does look like the woman in the photo.
I'm gonna walk over to her. And I'm not trying to hide the fact that I'm walking to her. I'm just walk straight up to her.
Okay. She doesn't. As you're making your way towards her, she notices that someone's making their way towards her, and she just kind of puts her head down, and she's just going to try to like. She's used to random people walking up to her, so she's just going to try to keep her head down and not interact unless interacted with.
Jack will say, "Marie."
She pauses. She passes by you.
Marie, is that you? It's me, Jack.
Reluctantly, she turns her head, looks over. She's, I think you have me mistaken with someone else. Goes to start walking away again.
I'll just sort of gently touch her arm.
Don't touch me! As she... Sorry, Jack. Wow, okay. Sorry. No one's called me that name in a long time.
Yeah. Hey. You were gone when I came back.
I don't want to do this in the middle of the street, okay? And she's like, she's clearly distressed at this point.
Okay, all right. Well, where can I find you?
I got 15 minutes until my shift starts. So, and she points over at the park that you were at before, and she's, go there, and it's not in the middle of the street where they might be watching. She hurries off to the park.
All right, Jack's gonna follow her.
As she arrives in the park, she's very uncomfortable. She messes with her hands, plays with her hair a little bit, bites her nails, looking around constantly for like something.
If you're in some kind of trouble, I can help. I got a few buddies. If there's people giving you a hard time, I can.
No, Jack. I'm not in any trouble. Okay, it's fine. I've got everything under control.
You don't sound like you have everything under control.
Well, I'm sorry. Look, I don't know what Mom told you about why I left.
Mom didn't tell me anything.
Of course she fucking wouldn't.
Yeah. She, I don't know how to tell you this. She passed a couple months ago. Tried to find you to let you know, but I didn't know where you were.
She stops looking around in a panic, and her shoulders slump down. And you hear her sort of whisper under her breath, "Good." Look, Jack, I appreciate you trying to find me after all this time, but you say I don't look like I have my shit together. I think I have my shit together just as well as I fucking can, considering everything that's happened, okay?
Yeah, well, I don't. The shit that I went through. the shit that I did, Marie.
Don't.
I can't be around loud noises. I can't be helicopters. And the dreams. More than most who fought. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. There's things out there, Marie.
Look, I don't know what this is. I mean, Vietnam, I mean, I heard it was hell. I've known some people that have gone and, you know, they've never come back the same. But I can't. You need someone to.
You're right. I need someone. I need my sister.
I can't be that person. I'm sorry, Jack.
I've got no one left, Marie. There's no one.
When you raise your voice, she flinches very slightly, almost taking a defensive position before realizing that she is safe, relatively safe, and slightly relaxes. Shoulders still tensed. She says, "Look, God, you look so much."
That's it, isn't it?
What?
I've got no one.
No, Jack, look.
No, I understand.
Look,
You didn't come looking for me. I came looking for you.
You don't know what I went through,
I'm
Jack.
not wanted here. You didn't know what I went through.
You left me alone with that fucking monster. You left me alone.
I was 17.
And I was 14. You left me alone with him. I had no one to turn to. I had to get the fuck out of there. Especially after what? And she pauses, stops. Look, it's complicated. You don't know all the details. You don't know everything that happened. You don't know the shit I had to pull myself through. I don't know the shit you had to pull yourself through. We're both fucked. We're both fucked up, all right? And I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Jack sits in silence, just staring at the ground.
Listen, I really need to go to work. It's the only way I can support myself and, well, my family. So I'm gonna be late if I don't go, but have you got some paper?
Jack looks. How much has he got left?
How much paper?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, plenty.
Was he like talking about cash?
Oh, right. No.
I thought she was asking for cash.
No.
Right. Yeah. No, pulls out, tears a page out of his journal and hands her the pen.
She writes an address down. It's my home. Just, call the number before you come, please. Just put a number on there. Just so I'm aware. And, you know, my daughter, she needs to know that a strange person's coming into her life, you know? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't look for you. I didn't even know you were still alive, to be honest. I'm still stuck in living moment to moment, you know?
I think we've got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
I don't know. You said it. I don't know what you went through. You're right.
wasn't nice, but I don't imagine that your story is nice either, Jack.
I'll call you.
She nods. Goes to walk away. As she does, she stops and she just says, "Did it hurt? And did she look like she was in pain when she died?"
Yeah. It wasn't pretty.
See you around, Jack. Goes to walk away towards the building. After this explosive, emotionally driven meeting with your sister, Marie, what's going through Jack's mind right now as he looks down at the address and the phone number he's been given?
It's a whirlwind for Jack. Jack is confused. He never thought that his little sister would be anywhere near as fucked up as he is. He hadn't even considered that would be a possibility. Sure, his father was an asshole, but a monster? But then 17-year-old Jack, he didn't know shit. Maybe he just didn't see it.
And then the memories start to flood back to you about the times, about how your father was very harsh with his punishments, and you always took the brunt of it because you were the big brother. And then it starts to click into place. Once you left, there's no one else to defend her. No one else to stop him from his tirades.
I was just a kid. I thought it was me. I thought I was the one who made him mad. I thought I was the one who made him angry, so I thought he'd be more calm if I left. Especially if I left in a way that made him proud.
You never got to see that pride. Never got to see that. Never got to see if that was something that would make him proud.
Didn't see it from Mom either.
Definitely did not.
All I saw from her was empty bottles.
As you go to just looking at this note, these thoughts going through your head, you bump into somebody. A man in a suit with dark glasses.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Grabs you by the shoulder.
Hey.
Very forcefully and with a lot of grip. And he says, "Sir, I think you better get in the car."
Look in the car. Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. You're not my type. And he smacks the hand off and goes to walk away, but keeping an eye out, corner of his eye.
You go to walk away, puts his arm out, stop you. "I don't want to bust your brains all over this pavement. Get in the car." And you hear a click as he's pointed a gun at you. "Get in the car now."
Look, I don't know who you think I am. I don't got money. I can give you a 20 maybe.
"You're someone who's causing trouble. Get in the car. We'll have a chat."
Jack hesitates for a moment, sizes the guy up, looks at the gun.
You could probably take him, but You look back at the car, you see there are 2 other people in the vehicle. 3 people might be a little bit too much.
3 people when they already got the jump on me. Definitely too much. All right. Jack gets in the car.
You get in the car. Door closes behind you. The guy gets in the passenger seat. There's another person in the back seat with you, who is also in a suit. All 3 of these men are in a suit. And the guy whistles, and the car drives off. As the car drives down a few blocks, a bag is put over your head and wound tightly around your neck. Not enough to choke you, but enough to make you uncomfortable. Do you resist? Do you do anything, or do you just take it at this point?
At this point, Jack's thinking that if they wanted to kill him, then he'd be a corpse on the sidewalk. So he's going to go along with the ride.
The car ride seems arduous as you're breathing into the fabric. Eventually, you feel the car stop. The door next to you opens. You feel hands grab you and drag you out of the car, dragging you by your feet. 2 people on either side you can feel grabbing and supporting you as you're being dragged through somewhere, down some stairs, through you're not sure where. Through the fabric, it's all you can really smell, but the scent of juniper starts to rise from where you are. You hear flames of some kind licking somewhere around you as you're being dragged down this stone corridor, stone floor, until eventually you're shoved down onto your knees. Bag is removed from your head. And in front of you is a man who is dark-skinned man with a sort of glassy white eye and a scar going down his eye, and bald head, and he has a cane with a serpent on top of it. And he says, "So you're the one who has been causing trouble."
Can't think of any trouble I've caused. Especially not for whatever the fuck this place is.
So, the room you're in is like a stone room. It looks to be sandstone, maybe. You're not too sure. It's a darkened room. The only lights are from torches that are lit around the room. The man who's before you is seated in front of a stone desk with elaborate carvings all throughout it. And he stands and he just says, "You have been bothering some of my staff members."
What, you own that coffee shop? Look, I just been...
You get punched in the face by one of the guys on your right hand side.
Oh, it's not my fault. Barista doesn't know how to make a fucking flat white.
No, I dabble in things far more esoteric than coffee beans. He puts his cane underneath your chin, and you feel the metal of the snake, of the cobra head, on the cane go against the bottom of your chin, and he just looks you in the eye, and he just says, "Do you have a name?"
Just a quick question. I'm assuming that they handcuffed me at some point in the car.
Yeah, sorry.
I had just been thinking, I don't think Chris actually explicitly said it.
Sorry.
But this probably at this point, that's going to make a difference into how I react.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's got a name.
What would be yours?
Name's Jack. Jack Cough.
Punched again by one of the others.
You should really hire some better muscle. My grandmother used to swing harder than that.
What is your fascination with our dear Meredith?
Who, the receptionist? I like her haircut.
Punched again.
You are going to make this difficult. Look into my eye.
You see his eye.
Which one? Which one?
His iris turns into a slit. You're frozen in place. Fear paralyzing you as you're daunted and intimidated by this person.
You are going to die tonight, Jack. It is up to your answers whether or not this will be a long process or a short and quick one. Now, tell me what it is your fascination with Meredith is.
Eye goes normally again.
I don't know who's Meredith.
The woman you were speaking with.
My sister?
Family. Such a precious bond. But all bonds are meant to be broken.
She's already broken that bond. She didn't want anything to do with me.
I will interrogate her to know whether or not that is true.
She told me to fuck off.
Manipulation plus subterfuge, please.
Don't ever try to lie to a liar, Jack. Though I don't think you'll be around much longer for that lesson to be learned. Do you want to know what it is your darling sister does on a night-to-night basis?
Walks away, goes to the stone table. Do you answer or do you?
He's just looking around, trying to see if there's any way to, if there's anything that would give him an opportunity, if there's anything that he could improvise as a weapon, if there's anything that he could use to free himself.
Okay. You see a knife on one of the guy's belts. That if you're able to, it's going to be tricky to try to grab that without alerting them, but your hands are like tied behind your back.
Oh, they're behind my back. Okay.
Yeah. So with zip ties, so you'd be able to. You need to cut through them, but you do see a knife. What else? You possibly see. There's probably nothing. You look behind you and you see these Egyptian-like statues standing there with holding what looked to be weapons, double-sided weapons in their hands. If those weren't completely dulled, if you're quick, you could quickly try to knock someone, run there, try to use it to snap your bonds.
Jack's gonna sort of say, all right, okay, look, I promise you, I haven't spoken to her for years. And Jack sort of stands up and says, I'll answer your questions.
The man throws Polaroids on the ground, showing your sister in intimate acts with various different politicians and different people throughout the decades. He uses
As he does that and Jack sees them, Jack pretends to be disgusted and staggers back towards the statues. I don't want to see that. I'll answer your questions, but
I was not. You merely saw the ones that were more scandalous. As he moves towards the Polaroids, he grabs his cane and he starts like filtering through the moving the photos with his cane. You back away. You're backed away to this statue now.
yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
You're free at this point, but whether or not you want to make it obvious.
I don't want to make it obvious that I'm free.
Yeah. Please, Mr. Garrett, collect our guest. He's wandered too far away.
Is that the guy with the knife?
Yeah.
Cool.
The guy with the knife makes his way towards you.
When he comes near me, I'm gonna wait for him to just come into range, and then I'm gonna go for the knife, and I'm just going straight to kill mode.
Yeah, strength plus brawl.
Oh, that's fucked.
Willpower, of course.
Yeah.
Cool. So, you, in a very quick motion, you grab the fold-out knife from his belt. He's surprised, and you stab him in his gut just again and again and again as he backs away and falls down dead. The man with the cane starts laughing, and he says, "Looks like you have spirit, Mr. Jack Off."
Did that guy have a gun on him?
He did. So I'm going to say, as he fell back, you grabbed the gun out of the holster.
Yeah, cool. Jack is, while he's not the brightest guy, he is pretty combat minded. So he knows that guy did something to him by looking at him. So he's looking low and not making eye contact with him. The other guy, he's covering as well. And then as he says it, it's like, tell you what, you tell me what the fuck you brought me here for, how the fuck you know about me, what the fuck you're doing with my sister, and I'll tell you what, I'll let you live.
Very good, Mr. Jack. Very good indeed. You hear the cracking of bones.
Shoot his friend. Just execution. Bang. And then
as you go to look towards him, the guy's cane falls to the ground. You don't see where he is at all. As you look up, that's when you see, because you've kind of been looking down, kind of keeping your... As you look up, that's where you see it. This giant boa constrictor that has emerged as it shoots forward and wraps itself around your body, constricting you. And the snake's head comes towards yours face to face, and it slithers out its tongue, and it says...
I'm assuming that this snake has a scar over one of its eyes, and that eye is milky. Yeah.
And it just says, "You can kill me. No. And it moves you towards the photos, pushing its muscles to make you face the photos. Look at the sublime corruption. Your sister partakes in." And you can see photos of your sister shooting up with heroin. This is what true liberation looks like. The last moments before your demise. And you feel the bones in your body begin to crack and break. Your insides being squeezed tightly until everything goes dark. You catch glimpses, you catch moments of your state of death and undead. Well, or your state of death, I should say. As you're slowly dying, your internal organs crushed to a pulp, but you're still just alive as you're being as whatever remains of your body is being dragged out of here.
You see glimpses of a temple, some kind of temple where there's snakes and various other Egyptian iconography. Until you're eventually thrown into a dumpster, very similar to how you left that man at the start of our journey tonight. And as the blood seeps from your body and you begin to feel your life force fully drain, what thoughts are going through Jack's head knowing that this is his final moments?
Jack feels relief. Ever since those nights in Vietnam a few decades ago, he's been in a constant struggle and constant pain. And so while there's regret that he couldn't reconnect with his sister, while there's regret that he knows that she's no better off than he is, he feels that this moment is a release.
You give away to that release as you begin to breathe very slowly, very wheeze breaths as your lungs, something's probably pierced your lungs, and then silence once more. The next moment of your consciousness is darkness, beating of a heart. You open your eyes. You can see you're in some kind of dark chamber. The floor beneath you is slick, wet. You can't quite see, but it's just, you can hear just a ba-dum, 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 reverberating throughout this chamber like a heartbeat. Your eyes eventually adjust. And you see this creature, very similar to the creatures you saw in Vietnam, protruding from the wall in front of you. You look down at your body, you look killed. Looks like everything is fixed, no longer mangled. This creature with many arms is in front of an altar, what looks to be an altar of flesh and bone, as it moves deftly on the desk, snapping bones, sinew. You can see it's doing something deftly with its many fingers, many arms, and it's, once again, as I said, it's connected to the wall. It's got a elongated maw. Doesn't look to have any eyes at all. And you just hear echoed in this chamber along with the beat of the heart, a voice that just says, Jack Cannon Davis.
Jack he looks around and looks at the slick, wet walls, floor, ceiling of the chamber. He looks at this creature in front of him and he feels like he should be horrified. But what this creature is doing it's almost fascinating. As he hears the voice, he replies, Am I dead?
No. We rebuilt your body after the mess that they had put you through. This creature doesn't seem to even be acknowledging you, just focusing on it doesn't seem to be even moving its mouth. It's just this voice that is echoing.
Do I know that this creature is speaking to me, or do I think it? Am I not sure?
You're not sure?
Yeah, okay. Is this... You rebuilt my body? Is this some kind of super soldier program? I served my time.
You have always been a good soldier, Jack. That much is true. Some would say a better soldier than a son or a brother.
Who are you? What the fuck is this?
That is a difficult question to answer. I am many things, and I am also... This is your birthing womb, Jack. I've given you a service not many of our kind often give: closure.
Jack takes a step towards the altar. He wants to see what's being worked on.
It looks to be a humanoid shape of some kind. It's like a big open chest with organs inside it. It seems to be a humanoid shape, and this person, like, there's about 4 different arms that are just all working on different parts, just very deftly and dexterously moving things around on this body, moving bone like it's nothing, snapping bone like it's nothing.
Did you do this to me?
We did.
I feel strong.
You will feel stronger by the time our conversation ends. Your birth is not yet complete.
How is this possible?
You've seen the sights in your travels across the ocean. That is how we first noticed you. We felt a longing, a shared memory, and we knew that you were here. You survived. Resourceful. Not left for waste.
You're right. I survived. Do what I had to do. Shared memory. Were you there?
Not physically. We were not there, though some of us were. It gets confusing the more memories we share.
What do you want from me?
Well, you've always been a loyal soldier. It's time for you to engage in another war. You were never comfortable in civilian life. I come to offer you what truly comforts you.
A cause?
A cause. Exactly.
What cause?
The thing you faced. While it is us, it is also not us. That is the confusing thing about the situation we find ourselves in. They are corrupted by an older power, a power that will rise and try to control us once more when it does, and will send out children to try to control us. It will become clear one day, but it's a war against those that try to puppeteer. Sure, you'll know.
I've fought for those who claim to fight for freedom before. What makes you any different?
Because the freedom we fight for is not the freedom that they do. See, they pushed for wars across the sea, the ocean, in their ever pursuit of the unknown that you have now seen. I cannot promise you that you will never be uncontrolled, untainted, but I can promise you more freedom than what the others do. You have now seen the world beyond your normal mundane.
So, what next?
What next is if you agree to be a soldier in a war, you will be birthed. That is how it is. You are but an egg, a larvae, ready to cocoon and blossom.
Purpose. I'll fight.
We are glad to hear it. Tell me before we do, there's still a bit of time, your human connections. What of them?
Human? There's no one left who'd give a shit if I live or die.
Not even Meredith.
Meredith? Are you with that?
No. I'm not with the snakes.
Yeah.
The snakes, they tout freedom, they tout liberty, they tout about destroying the chains. But you saw what they did to your sister, enslaving her in different ways.
She's
Disgusting
better off without me.
perversions. If you want vengeance on the snakes, oh, that can be part of our war.
It's bigger than her. It's bigger than me. They need to be put down.
Indeed. Any final questions or thoughts before we commence with your birth?
What does it mean to be birthed?
You will understand. And with that, they move their fingers forward, and it's almost like zipping closed this body that's before them. This naked human body lies down on the altar. The creature raises its arms and melds back into the wall behind it, disappearing into this wall of flesh and muscle. The eyes of the person on the table shoot open. He stands up with speed and ferocity, grabbing you by the back of your head, and looks at you in your eyes and says, "You will soon find out what true birth is like." Grabs you by your head, bites into your neck. There's a moment of pain, and then the bliss comes in. As you are born into a new world. We skip over a few nights. You've acclimatized to your new existence. Your sire, as strange as they seems to be teaching you knowledge, or as much knowledge as you can.
You haven't quite mastered everything yet. You've tried to do something to your arm, but it's not quite perfect, not quite what you want, what you need. But your master has advised you that this will probably be the last time you'll see your real face for a while. A small part of you is still connected to this mortal world. And so on a rainy night, as your master is doing his bidding elsewhere, doing other things, you drive. You drive to the neighborhood that is on the piece of paper. Keeping a good distance, you watch this house. Inside, you see Marie, or Meredith, as she's known these nights, come home, walk straight into her room, light a lighter, and starts to burn a spoon, taking her hit for the night. Your eyes gaze over to another room. A girl, 14 years old maybe. She looks sad, lonely. Your niece, Meredith's daughter, Elise. As you watch them, you realize you're never going to see them again. You're never going to meet your niece. You're never going to reconnect. But you found a new purpose, a new family now. With that, what thoughts go through Jack's mind?
Jack thinks back to a few nights ago, before the start of his new life. And he, for the first time, plays through what might have happened. He's just so focused on, I have to find Marie, I have to find my sister, that he didn't think about what happened after. And he thinks about how naive he was to have not thought that through. He couldn't have helped. He couldn't have helped them. And they're in a bad situation now. But he has purpose. And his purpose can stop other Maries from becoming Merediths. And other Elises from having to close themselves up in their room sad while their mother uses heroin. He's found where he needs to be.
And you shed that behind, you leave that behind, blossoming into the new being that you are, birthed into a new night, into a new world. Thank you so much for watching tonight's session. It was a blast to play this with each individual person, and each individual scene was so fun to do. There were so many unexpected moments that came out for me as a storyteller that definitely heightened the experience, and also playing with these lovely people is always a pleasure. I hope you enjoyed tonight, and if you did, be sure to follow our lovely cast. We had Aaron Music Productions as Julie Lafitte. You can follow him here on Twitch on Aaron Music Productions, which you should be watching this on now. If not, if you're watching the VOD, you follow him there on Twitch, and I believe on all other social medias. We had Rachel, aka Sweetbeat, playing Elise Viril, who you can follow here on Twitch under Sweetbeat, also on all other social medias as well. Kieran, aka Caradan Zero, played Jack Cannon Davis. And you can follow him on Caradan Zero on Twitch, where he streams on Mondays and Fridays. We had Z, aka Z Raider, playing Lou Pierce. You can find him on Twitch and you can follow him if you like. And then, of course, our guests. First of all, we had Simone on Twitch, playing Jeanette / Therese Vorman. Gav, aka Gavarok, playing Horatio Ballard. Be sure to follow him on Twitch and I believe all other social medias under Gavarok as well. And finally, I was your storyteller, UnemployedWriter. You can follow me on RolePlayeNights, RolePlayeNights, on Twitch and on YouTube and on the Twitter. Thank you all so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed tonight's special session. And be sure to stick around for the raid. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a raid. It's going to be very awkward if there isn't a raid. Although this whole situation of talking into the camera by myself is a little awkward itself. So I'm going to trust that Aaron's going to cut this part out.